Good morning, good morning, good morning. For those that I have not greeted already, come, seek, and find is what our Lord told the disciples. I believe it was an invitation to show up wanting and believing, and we would receive. This was our guide as we planned this summit, and we pray that it has blessed and continues to bless. I'm Reverend Melodye Seaton, the Thriving Pastors and Revitalizing Congregations Director. Welcome to our second and concluding day of our annual TPIRC Education Summit. Allow me again to lift up our team because without them, I could not have done this. Mars Rivera, TPIRC Coordinator, Kathy Brown, TPIRC Administrative Assistant, and our tech team, Miriam, Mimi, Hamada Pena, and Monica Smith. Today, after praise and worship led by Kinship Commons, Reverend Timothy White will begin our morning with Restructuring Ministry for the 21st Century, followed by Reverend Dr. Melodye, no relation, Hilton, with Kingdom Culture Champions. After lunch, we will be joined by Reverend Jeffrey Nelson with Self-Sustenance in Changing Times, and end our day with an interview I had with Mark Elsdon, author of We Aren't Broke, Uncovering Hidden Resources for Mission and Ministry. In between these awesome presentations, we will have Dr. John Artis, a local chiropractor, and a showcase of TPIRC churches. At this moment, it is my pleasure to turn over the spotlight to our conference minister, the Reverend Molly Carlson.
Good morning, everybody. It's wonderful to see you. Your first day was as enriching as mine was yesterday. I know today will be another fantastic day with great speakers and inspiration. I invite you to pray with me a moment as we begin our day. Spirit of the living God, fall afresh on us. The living God, fall afresh on us. Melt us, mold us, fill us. Spirit of the living God, fall afresh on us as we enter our spirits open, our hearts open, our minds open, our hands open, ready to absorb, ready to follow, ready to act. Bless us in our time gathered and all our days. In Christ's name, amen.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to thank everybody again for joining us on day 2 of the TPIRC Education Summit. This morning, our morning worship will be led by Kinship Commons. Kinship Commons creates embodied experiences for marginalized people. It was started by 4 women of color who are passionate about expanding imagination, integrating multiple traditions, and cultivating new ways of being that are life-giving, healing, and generative. They seek to lead people toward kinship with one another and with God. And to learn more about them, you can visit their website, which we'll also provide after the conference, and I'll also put it in the chat for everyone.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Tamisha, and I'm with Kinship Commons, and we are so honored to have you join us in this time of worship today. You know, with everything going on in the world, it's just so much. Pandemic, uprisings, injustice, loss, grief, isolation. And in all of those things, sometimes we forget to take a breath. And so as we enter into this time of worship today, we're going to begin with that moment, with a breath. So I'm going to invite you to take a deep breath with me. Take a deep breath in and hold it and release. Let's do that again. Deep breath in, hold it, and release. Now I'm going to ask you to continue to breathe. Now for some of you, that may mean you want to continue to take deep breaths. And for others, that may mean that you want to go back to your normal style of breathing. But as you do either of those choices, I'm going to invite you to imagine something with me. I'm going to invite you to imagine that with each inhale, you are taking in everything you need from God. Love, peace, joy, provision, right? Take that in, take that breath. Hold it, savor it, release. And as you exhale, I want you to imagine that you're letting go of all of those burdens that you shouldn't be carrying, whether it's stress from work or pain, or even a little bit of that grief and that loss and that isolation, right? That doubt. Release it. Take a deep breath in, savor all that goodness that God has for you, and release. Let go of all of those burdens that so easily beset you. We're going to do that one more time. And when you take a deep breath in, I want you to hold it, savor it, and think of that thing that you need. And when you exhale, I want you to exhale in an audible sigh. Be as loud as you can, okay? Take a deep breath in. What does God have for you? Savor it, hold on to it, and release. Very good. Now I'm going to invite you to continue to think about your breath as we enter into this time of worship. Know that whatever you need, God has for you. Let us continue in worship.
Show me your face, fill up this space. My world needs you right now. My world needs you right now. I can't escape being afraid. Fill me with you right now. My world needs you right now.
Show me your face, fill out the space. My world needs you right now. My world needs you right now. I can't escape being afraid. Fill me with you right now. My world needs you right now. Power fall down, bring with it a sound that points us to you right now. Erase substitutes right now. Fix what I see, and God, please fix me. My world needs you right now. Let us see you right now. Power fall down, bring with it a sound that points us to you right now. Erase substitutes right now. Fix what I see, and God, please fix me. My world needs you right now. Let us see you right now. Every heart in the world, God needs you to rescue. Storms have come and torn space. The world needs, my world needs you right now. My world needs you right now. Storms may come, but when we call your name, all things change. Kingdoms fall, one thing that reigns is your name. The anchor that holds me in my pain stays the same. Oh, how sweet to know that your great name never change. Jesus, that's what we call him, yeah. Oh, Jesus. All power in his hand. Jesus. All of the authority. Jesus. Nobody like you. Jesus. Worthy is the Lord. Jesus. You have all of the authority. Jesus. Yeah, you're the great I am. You're the Lord of Lords. You're worthy, Lord, yeah. Storms may come, but when we call your name, all things change. Kingdoms fall, one thing forever reigns is your name. Oh, how sweet to know that your great name saves the same.
Show me your face. Come fill this space. My world needs you right now. My world needs you right now.
En casa de abuelita, siempre hay tortillas. In my grandmother's home, there are always tortillas. No matter the occasion, tortillas will always be and find a place at the table. The smell of masa on a hot comal will always remind me of my abuelita's kitchen. I was a recipient of such gift until my grandmother invited me into the kitchen to learn how to make them myself. I walked into the kitchen, my abuelita placed an apron over me and asked me to tie my hair back. She poured the dry masa into a bowl, had me add a pinch of salt, and then slowly began to pour the warm water into the dry ingredients. As she poured the warm water, she instructed me to feel the masa, to use my fingers to incorporate all of the clumps I felt. As my eyes constantly looked up to seek validation, to see if I was doing it right. She met me with questions of how the masa felt. Because how the masa felt to my hands was the only marker of validation I needed. Once everything was incorporated, we formed small balls of dough and began to give the dough a shape. Hands once again, working the dough into the desired shape. Once the comal was hot and ready, the dough was laid to rest and cook. And then we felt for heat. Feeling for heat helped us know when it was time to flip the tortilla to the other side so it could continue to cook. And then came my favorite part, watching them puff up and rise. For once they puff up, it was time to put them aside to keep them warm. The ingredients were simple, but the process was filled with abundance. Hands had planted the seed. Hands had watered the seed. Hands had cared for its harvest. And as the kernels met their maturity, hands plucked the hard grains and separated the kernels from the cob. The dry corn was then treated in a diluted solution of slaked lime or wood ash, and as they soak for hours. Once the maize was soaked for hours, hands rinsed it and dried it, and then pulverized it into the masa that I held in my hands. All those hands joined together, generation after generation, met mine. En mi mesa siempre hay tortillas para compartir. At my table, there will always be tortillas to share. With the reminder that abundance is found in the simple ingredients cultivated by many hands, enjoyed by many hands, and extended to many hands.
I have come to trust that if you mix masa with water, you work it with your hands, and you place it on a hot surface, tortillas will emerge. Shape, thickness, and taste may vary, but there will be tortillas nonetheless. I didn't always have this certainty because the first time my abuelita guided me through this process, I was full of anxiousness and fear of disappointing those who would taste my tortillas, and I felt this pressure of getting it right. But at every step, my abuelita's voice would remind me, Mija, ¿cómo se siente la masa? ¿Necesita más agua? How hot is that comal? How does it feel? Do you think it's too sticky? I had been indoctrinated to follow recipes to get it right, but she was inviting me to trust her experience and my senses. No measuring cups are used to make tortillas. All I had was my trust in her. Early on in the quarantine period of the pandemic, all my friends took to making bread. I did not take up that practice, and instead I wanted to still participate in the communal nourishing of each other in the only way we could, which is to leave little packages at our door and extend our love for each other. And so I picked up a bag of masa, and I needed that masa. And every pass of the dough through my hands, I was reminded of how long I wanted to embrace those that I loved and how far they felt from me. But the tortillas became the extension of my touch, the extension of my love and my cultural heritage. But they also became my living prayer that my community would be nourished by these tortillas in the same way my grandma's tortillas have nourished me for many years. Our text today is Psalm 16, and it is a psalm that is a prayer of unusual proportions. And that unusual proportion prayer is rooted in a trust in God. It moves and it begins with a recognition of vulnerability. Protect me, O God. And it moves to a request made of God with deep confidence. Not a confidence rooted in self-assurance, but rather a trust in who God is and how God cares for God's people. This prayer is rooted in a trust that has been built over time, over generations. Because when refuge was needed for the people of Israel and unprecedented vulnerabilities had come for the people of God, God had responded. My sisters and brothers, we too have been met with unprecedented vulnerabilities, and we too are in need of refuge and rescue. Mis hermanas, hermanos, y hermanas, we too can express our own prayers of unusual proportions with unshakable confidence that God will bring us through. With rooted faith, God will bring our bodies, our lands, and our stories and communities from death to life. How is it that we can declare this? We can declare this because of the inheritance, the heritage God has left with us. The psalmist sings and declares that God has blessed us with a heritage, with an inheritance. And this inheritance is tied to land and people and to stories. Land that has sustained life by offering crops and shelters. Land. Not something to oppress or conquer, but rather land, a dwelling place that we have been gifted to care for as it has cared for us. This heritage includes people, a cloud of witnesses, those who we are biologically tied to or related to, and those who have become family over time. People, not objects to dehumanize, oppress, or conquer, but people, those we are tethered to live in communities of shalom with. This inheritance comes with stories or testimonios of the faithful ones who have come before us. Stories of how God has been with God's people. Stories, not something to excavate or use as goods, but rather stories, a living testimonial of how God has formed, accompanied, and sent us. We too can declare prayers of unusual proportions because of the godly heritage that lives in us. We do not cry for refuge alone. We are joined by a collective cloud of witnesses and ancestors. We can call out for refuge because God has been a refuge for many generations that have become before us. In my family's history, God has provided refuge from abusive relationships, bigotry, racism, sexism, dehumanizing systems of policing and migration, machismo, lack of housing, food insecurity, and so much more. I am storied with the realities of the human condition and the testimonios of Emmanuel, God with us. You are storied with realities of the human condition and testimonios of Emmanuel, Dios con nosotros. This abundant, godly heritage, like masa, is found in simple ingredients like prayer, storytelling, and the sharing of meals together. But it is cultivated by many, many hands. So it is with many hands and many stories and many peoples that we too get to approach God with our request for refuge and rescue, trusting that the one who rescued those who came before us is faithful to rescue us today. Amen.
I am troubled, yet not distressed. perplexed, but not in despair, 'cause I'm a vessel full of power with a treasure none can compare. Persecuted, but not forsaken, cast out, but not destroyed, for I'm a vessel full of power with a treasure from the Lord. 'Cause I'm a vessel full of power with a treasure from the Lord. Bruised and battered, but not broken, brought my sin back. From sin I am free, 'cause I'm a vessel full of power with a treasure delivered me. I'm a
vessel full of power with a treasure from the Lord.
So thank you, Father, for your power. It has resurrected me, 'cause all the painful circumstances that my poor soul could not flee. I'm a vessel
Full of power with a treasure from the Lord.
'cause
I'm a vessel full of power with a treasure from the Lord.
I'm a vessel
Full of power with a treasure from the Lord.
Wow. Yeah, I'm a vessel full of power with a treasure from the Lord. And yeah, I think that's just what a way to start our day, right? Um, you know, I think Reverend Pagan Banks put in the chat that the worship in the morning really has set us up well, and thank you all for we thank them for doing that for us. We'll post um the videos and we'll share those out to you all so that you'll have that and you can watch them again. But yeah, thank you to Kinship Commons and yesterday to the many. All right, moving to our first presenter for today. It's Reverend Timothy White, who will be talking about restructuring ministry for the 21st century. Pastor White was conferred a Master of Divinity from Eden Theological Seminary and was ordained into Christian ministry in 1986. Tim began his ministry as the Associate Pastor of Second Congregational United Church of Christ in Grand Rapids, Michigan. He was called to serve as Trinity United Church of Christ in Quincy, Illinois in 1990 and remains pastor there today. In addition to his work at Trinity, Pastor White serves on the board of directors of the Quincy YMCA and is a past president of the United Way of Adams County. Pastor White is the founder and chairperson of the Quincy Area Partnership for Unmet Needs, a faith-based coalition that collaborates with social service agencies to address poverty issues in Adams County. So, without further ado, present Reverend Timothy White.
Good morning, everyone. I want to just begin by thanking Melodye for inviting me to be here today and to share with you some ideas about structuring for the 21st century. And I want to thank Mars and Melodye for the incredible work they're doing with TPIRC and the whole team that has made this an incredible experience. Thank you all for your efforts. It's amazing. And as so many others have said, the worship has been wonderful and powerful and renewing, and what a blessing that is, because we all need to get our buckets refilled. I've been asked today to talk about structuring for the church in the 21st century, and I want to begin with just a couple of questions and invite you to either raise your hand if you have your camera on, or use your reaction hand to these questions. Is anybody here attending or serving a church that does not operate under a committee-based structure? Do we have anybody? I'm not seeing any on my, well, a couple, okay. Second question, anyone attending a church that is governed by a top-down committee structure that is modeled after a church of the 1950s? Anybody? There's a lot of us that are in that category. Anyone here attending a church where committee-driven governance is really working well? I'm not seeing a lot of hands there either. So a little bit about my story. I came to Trinity in 1990, and at the time we had 16 standing committees. Every committee met monthly. The pastor was expected to attend every meeting of every committee. And 105 people were needed to fill every committee slot in the church. And it was a huge bureaucracy and governing structure that was a burden to the church. And so it didn't take very long before I began to explore alternative models for structuring in the church, and particularly in this age of church decline. It's important for us to look at what right sizing means for our congregations in terms of leadership. And so we decided that we needed to move away from a committee driven structure and went to a ministry team structure after doing a fair amount of research and conversation. And so I want to just begin with a couple thoughts here. What are the characteristics of a committee? Most committees meet for the sake of meeting, right? Anybody ever been to a meeting and the chair started off by saying, well, we don't have a lot of business tonight? And you're all kind of going, why are we here, right? I had a gentleman in the church call me up and he said to me, is tonight's meeting going to be $100 meeting? And I said, well, I don't know what you mean. What do you mean? And he said, it's going to cost me $100 to attend. And I'm happy to attend if it's going to be worth that. But if it isn't, then I'm not going to be there tonight. And I thought for a minute and I said, yeah, you probably don't need to come. Committees have this tendency to meet for the sake of meeting. Committees tend to be decision driven. Committees expect the staff and others to implement the decisions they make. Committees usually have term limits, and that means they also lack continuity and a historical perspective. Committees often lack focus, direction, or a clearly defined purpose. Committees often have low attendance and low effectiveness, and committees waste valuable volunteer time and energy. About 20 years ago, the United Way Worldwide did an extensive nationwide survey and determined that adults in America are only willing to volunteer about 10 hours a month. Now that includes all volunteering, whether it's Kiwanis or Rotary or civic organizations or your church or the PTA. We have 10 hours that we can expect from our volunteers in all of their volunteering. And the purpose of the study said that we need to be careful about how we use people's volunteer time because it's a precious resource. I suspect in the 20 years since then, that number's gone down and most of us aren't willing to even give 10 years. And so one of the questions that we have to wrestle with is having people sit in committee meetings a good stewardship of their time and their volunteer efforts. So what are the characteristics of a team? Teams tend to be action-driven. Teams have a clearly defined purpose. Teams do the work of ministry rather than making decisions about ministry. Teams do not have term limits. Teams do not have a prescribed number of people serving on them. So you're not focused on filling a roster. And how many times has a nominating committee member said, oh, just do it, and it's okay if you don't make every meeting. It's okay if you're not really involved. You know, we say whatever we have to say to get those slots filled. Teams are not dependent on staff to accomplish their work. Teams utilize their members' passions and are highly effective. And teams foster camaraderie and fellowship. So an example of a team structure at Trinity, when we transitioned from committees, we started with 4 teams. We have more than that now, but we started with 4. A spiritual growth team, an evangelism team, a facility team, and a stewardship team. Each team had a volunteer team leader, and each ministry within the team had a volunteer coordinator of the ministry. So, and then here's an example of one of our teams. Our evangelism team had a team leader, and then we had a ministry coordinator for first-time visitor phone call follow-up. We had a ministry coordinator who welcomed people who were first-time visitors in worship and helped integrate them and get them to coffee hour and introduce them to other members. We had a ministry coordinator for name tags, a ministry coordinator for hospitality and coffee hour, a ministry coordinator for sending cards to shut-ins, a ministry coordinator for sending cards to members for birthdays and anniversaries, a coordinator for funeral luncheons, soup kitchen, bear ministry, food collection. And so each of those ministries had a coordinator, and then the coordinator recruits their own team. They go out and find people who are passionate about serving in that particular ministry. And you know, the focus here is that we're not filling a slot, but what we're really doing is enabling people to work within their passion. So an organizational chart would look like this. The congregation is at the top. The congregation makes all major decisions. And then the board makes decisions in between congregational meetings. And then we kept 3 committees, a personnel committee, a nominating committee, and an assets committee that focuses on long-term investments. And then we had ministry teams, evangelism, spiritual growth, facility, stewardship, worship. And the committees and the teams function side by side. The committees are voted on by the congregation. The teams are all recruited volunteers that serve as long as they're passionate about that ministry. So getting started, how would you transition from a committee structure, particularly a structure that has likely been deeply ingrained in the governance of the church for decades or longer? the first step is to get the board to decide to structure for success in the 21st century. The board has to decide, okay, we want to change our mindset and we want to change the way we are operating. And so it's important to focus on the rationale for change, because a lot of people don't like change and a lot of people want to dig their heels in and say, well, we've always done it this way. Well, why can't we continue this way? And so some of the rationale includes it maximizes volunteer time. It increases engagement and investment because it's focused on people's passions. It increases community impact, and it helps grow disciples. So how does a church or an organization transition from a committee structure to ministry teams? We began by setting up a task force, a restructuring task force. Now, what we did was I tried to identify the people in the church that were most spiritually pregnant. Now, what do I mean by that? Somebody who's spiritually pregnant is just so excited about the Lord and so fired up about doing ministry and so interested in getting more involved and more deeply involved. And so it was those people who were about to give birth that we brought into the task force and that made up the task force as we began to look at executing change. The next step was to determine which committees were essential and had to remain, because every church does have to have some committees. We determined that we had to have a personnel committee to do annual reviews and deal with personnel issues. We determined we needed a nominating committee to nominate board members and the committee members, and we determined we needed elected officials to deal with the long-term financial assets of the church and their investment. And then we got rid of the other 12 committees. And we went to worship to ministry teams. The next step then would be to identify what teams are necessary. And you know, that there's a lot of creativity and flexibility in how you would structure that. We chose to begin with 4. I think now we have more like 6 teams. But each church can determine the various teams that are needed and the various ministries and how you would fit those into your team structure. We decided to take evangelism in terms of looking at reaching outside the church and reaching inside the church. And so hospitality ministries are rolled into our evangelism team, but you could certainly have a team that is focused on inward ministry and hospitality and nurture, and a separate team for community outreach. The next thing that is necessary is to identify and recruit and train team leaders. The team leaders are key to the success of the model. The team leader then recruits each of the ministry coordinators in the ministries in their team. The next step is for the board to approve the new structure and to recommend the new structure to the congregation. The congregation then suspends the bylaws related to committees for a year. We had a lot of people that were nervous about just throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and this was a brand new kind of concept for people, and they just didn't want to agree to it without any guardrails. And so the guardrails that we came up with is we would just suspend the bylaws for a year and allow and try on the model for a year and see how it fits, see how it works. And then at 3 months, 6 months, and 9 months, the task force formally evaluated and tweaked the structure, and then brought a formal recommendation back to the board at the end of a year. The ministry team leaders also became a part of the task force and met with the task force so that they could provide necessary and important feedback and input. At the end of the 12 months, assuming that it has gone as planned, the board recommends permanently adopting a new structure to the congregation. At that point, the congregation votes on the new structure, and the task force is given the task of rewriting the bylaws to reflect the newly approved structure. And then finally, the congregation adopts the changes in the bylaws. So sustaining the structure is an important piece of the puzzle, because you can't just put it in place and ignore it, neglect it. So what are the necessary components to sustain the program? The pastor needs to meet regularly with team leaders to receive feedback and to offer input and direction. The pastor, in consultation with the governing board, replaces team leaders as needed. The whole concept is you serve as long as you're passionate and excited about that ministry. And if you know your life circumstances change, or if there's some other ministry that you get excited about and you want to switch to a different ministry, there's the freedom to do that. And so there's always going to be transitions. The ministry coordinators are often replaced from people within their team. An example of that would be in the last 5 years, we've had 3 different funeral luncheon coordinators, and they've all come from within that team. So that when one person, for whatever reason, needed to step away from being that ministry coordinator, there was someone who was active and involved and part of it who stepped up and said, well, I can do that. I can jump in and make that happen. And we've seen that kind of self-sustaining model in many of our ministries. The pastor also serves as a coach and a cheerleader to the team leaders and to the ministry coordinators, encouraging and affirming the various ministries. So we a couple times a year have ministry nights in which the coordinators and team leaders are invited, and the main focus is sharing stories and successes and frustrations and celebrating the work that we're doing and inspiration, and helping to refill the people's buckets as they continue to do ministry work. Guiding principles that make this model a success. The church is committed to being a permission-driven church. Bill Easom is a United Methodist Church growth consultant, and he wrote about permission-giving churches. And one of the things he says that the churches are permission killers. That somebody gets excited about a ministry and wants to do something, and they approach the pastor or they approach the leaders and they say, well, you got to take it to this committee, and this committee, talks about it for 3 months and maybe cancels a meeting or two, and then finally they approve it and they send it to the board, and then the board messes with it and tables it and talks about it, and a year later they might say yes or they might not say yes, but at that point the passion about it and the perceived need is no longer there. And so we kill ministries by making it into this bureaucratic system that is the gatekeeper. And we have to be permission-giving churches that enable ministry without having a million hoops that you have to jump through in order to start a ministry or be involved in a ministry. Each team leader recruits their own help. You decide who's on your team. You go out and recruit people that are interested in your team. We do a lot with gift assessments and invite people to identify their gifts and identify their interests. And probably one of the hardest transitional things was people are conditioned to wait to get a phone call. And so we really had to help people see that we don't want you to sit back and wait to be asked. If you have a desire to do something or a passion to do something, we want you to make that passion known, make that desire known, and get you plugged in. The role of the board is to encourage and support the ministry teams, not control them. And then, so the ministry teams should have the kind of autonomy necessary to make decisions and to thrive. Permission to fail is necessary because not all ministries are going to launch. You know, there's going to be opportunities that seem like a really good idea, and they seem like they're going to have a lot of value, and yet they're not going to get off the ground. And so we have to have permission to fail, and we can't beat each other up over it or be critical of each other. And then ministry teams are not secondary to committees, and that's a really important concept that we need to hold on to, because it's easy to think that they're the second string in the process, but the committees can't have more power than the teams, because the teams are really where the action is and where the work gets done. So I'm going to pause there, and I think I'm going to unshare my screen and see what questions you might have.
I'm going to go ahead and speak because I'm excited about this. Because when I was in seminary, I had the privilege of interning and co-pastoring for a small church. And we had at that point around 35 people. We just decided, I don't even think anybody really looked into the bylaws or anything, but my idea was to have teams instead of committees. This is how you do it in a small church. You just do it. We met with our teams once a quarter. We ate dinner together, and then we gathered together, and just about every single person in the congregation was there. We started with 3 teams, and I don't think we went beyond that. And people just gathered at the tables where they had their energy. And once that team was done and they felt that they were finished with their work, they either went to another team or we morphed another team in. So like we knew our communications was not good. So we had a communications team. When they felt that was already then in place, they moved somewhere else. We had a building team because we knew we had to figure out if we wanted to restructure the inside of the sanctuary. The building team outlined the steps that we had to take, and we took them, and we made the decisions as a congregation. We always had a moderator, vice moderator, and a finance person, so we had that in place, but we didn't have board meetings, and we got more done once a quarter. It was unbelievable. And there's still a team going now, and they call themselves the Green Team, and they're still alive after 10 years. So it can be done in small church. And we just, we were going to go down with our hair on fire. So, we just, like I said, we didn't look at the bylaws. We probably should have, but then that would have stopped the energy. The energy was there, and we just did it, and it worked. So I'm excited to hear that this is a thing, for big churches.
Yeah. Thank you, Peg. Anybody here have any Pharisees in their church? I certainly had to deal with the Pharisees, because there were, some people that were, this is the letter of the law. It says in the bylaws, you have to do it this way, and you cannot. And so we had to address the bylaw piece, simply because we had the Pharisees that wanted to hold our feet to the fire and make it and stifle change. And so we kind of got around it that way by addressing it head on. But thank you, Peg. That's great affirmation, and certainly worked in that setting for you.
There are a couple of questions in the chat.
Okay.
Reverend Murph said, Tim, how did you convince the church governance to move from the congregational model to a pastoral-led model?
Oh, that's a really good question. I think that everybody was aware that the system was burdensome and was not working. And so that opened the door for change. I think the other thing was, I just preached about how we needed to be a 21st century church, how we needed to look at what's the new wineskin that God is calling us to, what's the new thing that we need to do, because if it's broken, then we got to figure out how to fix it. And so one of the struggles was helping people see that as a layperson, they have the ability to do ministry, because in our churches, we tend to think, okay, the clergy are, they're where all the action is. And so helping people find the confidence that they have gifts and skills and the ability to serve was a challenge, but we continually addressed it and affirmed people along the way. And I would say it probably was a 5-year transition before it was really like a well-oiled machine.
And then David, he said, I imagine this as a customer model to the size and focus of the congregation. One church may have 2 ministries while another may have 20. And then we had another comment from Valerie, and she said, how does this process look for smaller churches at or under 100 members in on short resources? What does this look like for denominations with discipline policies and practices that are similar? And so I guess Pat can answer some of her questions. She said, what would you encourage them to do to keep or change?
So I think that discernment is a really important part of the process, in which we have to discern what parts of our governing structure are important to keep. And we determined that we needed to keep the board. Our board is made up of 6 elders and 6 trustees and the pastor. And we determined we needed a nominating committee to nominate the board and to nominate the personnel committee and the assets committee. And then we determined that we needed a personnel committee, because personnel issues happen in the church, just like everywhere else. And then we wanted a long-term assets. We wanted those people that were investing the money to be voted in by the congregation. So we determined that those were the non-negotiable things that we had to keep. Now, for some churches, there may be other things that are non-negotiable and need to be kept. And it's up to each congregation to determine that. In terms of each congregation structure, there may only be two ministry teams depending on the size of the church, or there may be, 10 ministry teams depending on the size of the church. We looked at ministry function when determining the teams. So we knew we wanted to do something in spiritual growth and make that a priority. And so under spiritual growth, we had Sunday school and vacation Bible school and adult faith formation and confirmation and special spiritual events. We knew we had to take care of the facility. And so, we have a number of ministries under the facility that include yard maintenance and plumbing issues and heating and cooling issues and all the different nuts and bolts things of keeping a building running, particularly when you don't have a dedicated staff person to do that. Because what often happens is a pastor gets weighed down with all that stuff. But if you have a team that addresses it, then you have another way of dealing with that. And then we determined we needed to have an evangelism team, and then stewardship team was all about resources and helping people to be generous and having the kind of resources to do ministry. And we found that we could fit just about everything on that we wanted to do ministry wise under those categories. But then we since added a worship team that has several ministries under it, including worship technology and our music programs and those sorts of things, and a team that develops the worship series that we have for the preaching model. And so I would encourage every congregation to just look at what ministry you feel called to be doing, and where does that fit into a team structure as you decide how many teams you need.
Yeah, we had another question or a comment by Reverend Murph about another way of recruiting members for teams and team participation is through a spiritual gift assessment. I know that's something that you mentioned. Do you have any recommendations on tools that you've used that you've enjoyed? Because I Googled spiritual gift assessment. There are a lot. So just want to.
There are a lot, and we've used several over the years. One that I'm kind of intrigued with and exploring a little bit right now is Alan Hirsch has an organization that says that we all fit into the categories of either evangelist, teacher. He takes us out, I think, out of Galatians. I'm drawing a blank here, but there are 5 different categories that include teaching, evangelism, apostleship, and I think the last one is spiritual growth. And he has a really good assessment that helps people. No, I think the last one is activism, and so social justice. And so he has a really good spiritual assessment survey that if you score high on social justice issues, then you probably have that gift of prophetic ministry. And if you score high on sharing the word and sharing God's love, then you score high in the evangelist one. And I find it intriguing to try to help people see, what are you most passionate about? Is it sharing the word? Is it making a stand for justice? Is it what exactly excites you?
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that. I think I found the website. I put that in the chat for Alan Hirsch's website, and looks like the 5 categories he has for his APES test is apostles, prophets, evangelists, shepherds, and teachers.
Thank you. Yeah.
We have another comment in the chat from Reverend Blackwell about how to handle just power issues and like power dynamics when trying to institute a change.
As I alluded to, and as we all know, change is hard, and change is particularly hard in the church. And so, I think that transparency is important. I think helping people understand why change is necessary is important. Clear and honest communication is what is going to help most with the power issues and the power structures that we come up against. And so I would suggest that regular updates to everybody involved, the board, the newsletter, in congregational worship updates, just telling people where we're going, telling people what the direction is, inviting people to have input. In January, we transitioned from 2 services to 1 due to COVID attendance. And prior to that, we had a dedicated contemporary service and a dedicated traditional service. And the traditional people really didn't like the contemporary, and the contemporary didn't really like the the traditional. And so, you know, you got these two power structures that are clashing there. And one of the things that we did for the first 6 weeks of this new service, we had a forum after worship in which we invite people to come and ask questions and to offer feedback and to provide their input. And it was an empowering thing that everybody felt like they had a voice, and it really made a huge difference in terms of that transition and the power dynamics that went along with transitioning to one service.
Pastor Tim, you also mentioned the incremental check-ins, you know, after 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, and so forth. And I think that is really great for those that would be uncomfortable with change. But thank you. I was writing so many notes. I really appreciate, especially the discernment process. That's a word that we don't hear that often in the UCC.
Right.
You know, when you said that you were asked, how did you know to move to this model? How did you know change was needed? You said everybody kind of knew. And it's interesting how everybody will know that change is needed, but they won't do anything. But
Right.
That's where a good pastor comes in, I believe. You know, that voice that's been set apart. And I applaud you for taking that leadership and saying, okay, guys, we all know something is not right. We're dying here. There are changes that need to be made. So let's consider this. I appreciate that so much. And that's kind of the work that we're trying to do in the TPIRC setting. That's what the grant was written about. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. You're very welcome.
We do have more time, so if you have other questions, please.
There's one comment. Harriet said, listening and believing to everyone's voice during change makes a huge difference to a smooth transition.
I think that can't be overstated. People have to feel like they have a voice in the midst of change. If they feel like change is being forced on them, they're going to get angry. They're going to get rebellious. They might walk away. And in the church, you know, we need to learn to build consensus, and we need to stop taking votes. You know, I remember being at a workshop with Bill Eason, and he said, you know, every vote in the New Testament was disastrous, and the first vote was Jesus or Barabbas, and you know, he's absolutely right. Votes divide us, and instead of taking the power-driven structure of taking a vote, we need to build consensus.
I have a question. One of the challenges I'm facing is for my church, it's so small, and the church council they did transition to teams, but it's so small they can't even support teams. All we have is cheerleaders of the teams who sit on the board to vote for actions that we are needing to take. There is no activity or not even enough people to support teams. I've been wanting to find for alternatives to that kind of system, even when teams don't even work. Well, Tim, is there another place that I could look for something still structured in a way of voting, because we need that, but is there something different for those churches like mine who are so small that even teams are not even supported?
I guess I would, I'm not sure that I have a place to send you, but I would respond in this way. Our teams have also become an evangelism tool that has brought people from their community in. And so a lot of times a ministry coordinator will pull their friends that don't go to church into specific events and to specific ministries. And so one thing a small church can do, a tiny church can do, is you can have a ministry coordinator and say, you know, don't limit it to the people that are that are on the rolls. But if you know somebody who's passionate, you know, if you're the soup kitchen coordinator and the church does that once a month or whatever, don't limit yourself to people in the church. But if you have friends that are excited about feeding the hungry, bring them in. And that has actually become an evangelism tool for us, in which we've gained members by encouraging our ministry coordinators to reach beyond the congregation in their team building.
Okay. Harriet Darhart has her hand up, and then Peg Fallman is next. You can ask your question, Harriet.
Well, yeah. I don't want to divert this from teams and how sometimes we just change the name from committee to teams. But I'd like Tim to share a little bit about how that transitioned from 2 services to 1 with the planning. You've already shared about the importance of the forum, but this is 9 months into it. How's it going?
It's going well, and it's going very well. And I have to credit that transition to the fact that we had those 6 weeks of listening for people after worship. And you know, the problem, of course, is that the traditional people said, well, it's one-sided. The blended service is one-sided contemporary, and the contemporary people were saying, well, we're only doing 1/3 of the music we used to do, and it's not contemporary. It's not fair. It's more traditional. And so people were like digging in terms of, this isn't a fair blend. And so it was very helpful to have these listening sessions in which our members could hear each other and hear, you know, there were a couple of times that things that were said that was a little bit offensive and a little bit harsh. And it was helpful for the group to hear those things and work through those things, and determine, yeah, that's not the kind of community we want to be, that we hurt each other, and that we're harboring these kinds of feelings about each other. And so those listening sessions were key to that transition. We had been doing blended, I don't know, 5-6 times a year. And people just sort of, you know, kind of held their nose and got through it. They didn't really like it. They didn't really like the blend, but they did it, you know. And now there's not an opposition to the blend. And I think it's because we gave everybody a voice. Now, we were talking this week in our worship team about Christmas Eve, because we've always had 2 Christmas Eve services, 1 traditional, 1 contemporary. And, you know, what are we going to do now this year? Are we going to combine? Are we going to go back to our 2 separate? And, you know, the consensus both in our worship team and in our board around that discussion was, we've made this transition. Let's not back away from it. Let's just have 1 service. Let's make it blended. Let's make it as meaningful as we can without going backwards. And so I think that all of that took place because people had an opportunity to speak. The other thing that came out of it is, you know, I had a captive audience of about 15 to 20 people every week at these listening sessions. And at the end of that, I didn't want that to end, because people were used to coming or used to staying after worship. So I proposed that we do a Bible study, and about an average of about 15 people now gather for adult Bible study after worship as a result of those listening sessions. So we capitalized on that opportunity as well.
Okay, thank you. Peg Fallman, you can ask your question.
I had a reaction up there, a thumbs up. So I didn't intend to put my hand up because there's no
Okay.
hand raising option, but because I could speak to a lot of this, I just love this conversation, but I'm going to let other people talk. If I think I need to answer a question, I'll just go like this. So
Okay, thank you. Okay, Jennifer, you were next with your question.
I think the church I'm with is probably in a similar kind of situation to what Sue was describing. The church went to teams several years ago in the midst of a lot of restructuring, a lot of good energy, and we're very small. We worship, we probably average 35 on a Sunday between those who worship online and those who are in the room. And we're clear on our mission and our commitments, but we've really burned through our strong leaders and burned out some of them. And are trying to cultivate some new younger leadership. So we're kind of at this point, we have 3 ministry teams, only one of them has someone to head it up, who is not a strong leader, but an enthusiastic person. And we work with her to try to make things happen. But the other thing we've noticed, and that I try to remind the congregation, we are small, and when I first came 3 years ago, there was some sense of, gosh, we did all these neat things the first few years, and now we're just kind of stagnating. And I'm saying, you know, you do a meal every month. Every Sunday, the downtown churches pass it around. There's a Sunday dinner at some church every Sunday in our community. So you've got that going. You launched the Youth Outlook and the PFLAG in the community so that those, and many of you are volunteers in those organizations, so you're still doing this, you're still doing that. Trying to point out that many of the initiatives that we started continue, and we still are involved in them. So we don't always have to be generating something new. Our second Sunday lunch doesn't even need a coordinator anymore. It just needs somebody to say, hey, we don't have anybody signed up. We've got someone next month, but all the months after that are available. And people go, oh yeah, I'll sign up, and they cook. And people just show up to help. We do it after worship, and we're all there. And so it's an interesting dynamic that's different, really tiny churches compared to very large ones. And I've served in those as well. And sometimes for the smaller churches, recognizing what we're already doing that is unintentionally a team ministry that's already happening. We just didn't recognize it as such.
Yeah, I think that those are great comments. I guess I would add to that by saying I think the 2 keys are discernment and nurture. I think teams kind of fizzle and lose their energy if they're not nurtured. And you know, we got to continue to fill people's buckets to keep them excited about ministry and energized in ministry. And you know, as a pastor, that's one of those roles that I've tried to take on and see as my responsibility to help feed people so that they can go out and feed the world. And so that inspiration piece is really important. I also think that discernment is really important, because not all ministries last forever, and some ministries need to fade off into the sunset, and some new ministries need to start, and some ministries need to endure. And there's not going to be there's not going to necessarily be this constant parade of new ministries. That isn't necessarily the case either. So it's important to discern. And I think that right now the church is in this weird place of, we have church decline that was going on way before COVID, and now we have COVID. And so, you know, I think most pastors day in and day out wonder if they ought to be on Prozac, because it's hard to be a pastor, right? And it's hard to navigate that. And churches feel defeated and feel frustrated because people aren't coming back at the same level that they were. and all of that, I think, can create this defeated, negative culture in the church that isn't celebrating what God's doing. And so it's so important for our leaders to celebrate what God's doing, to lift up what God is doing, to identify what God is doing, and help people see that, because people aren't going to connect the dots without help. And so part of that that nurture of the structure is about proclaiming the good news again and again and again in whatever ways that we see the good news being lifted up in our community.
Okay, you have a question in the chat from David Mercer, and he says, I like consensus over votes to a point, but might there be some inherent dangers with that as well, such as a misread of where the congregation is at?
Absolutely. I think that we vote on a budget every year. We vote on a nominating slate every year. We vote on the essentials, and voting is an important piece of church governance, without a doubt. I think that I constantly find myself asking the question out loud to our teams, to our board, to the congregation. Are we on the same page about this? Do we have consensus here? What is the consensus that is emerging? And that, again, it's about clear communication, because if you don't do that, then you can assume you have consensus and really not have it. And so I think it's vitally important to communicate in ways that seeks input, that affirms that there is consensus on issues, and that gives people a voice to say, well, maybe not.
Can I just jump into, I think you also have to be prayerful that everybody will be honest.
Absolutely.
Because sometimes people will just sit there and won't say what it is that they feel until after everything gets going, and then they come in with that mess. But we can't spend all that energy with that either. We have to just trust that people will be honest in that forum where you're giving them the opportunity to do that. I also wanted to add to Jennifer's encouragement of the parishioners that seem to feel like, well, we're not doing anything, nothing's happening. We're uncomfortable with the pause. We're uncomfortable with a pause, whether it's in our personal lives or in ministry. But I refer us back to what one of the things that Veronique talked about, and that is what Jesus did. Jesus stole away. Jesus rested. Jesus prayed. So we need to learn to say, okay, here's a pause. Let's celebrate what we are doing and what we've done. And let's seek God during this quiet time in order to know and get ready for what's going to happen next, I guess is what I'm saying. I'm getting excited, Tim. I'm going to have you at my church.
I guess I'm ready to speak to something now. First to Jennifer, that after hearing yesterday's thing, that I think you named a lot of things that your church is doing that are still involved in, so that's good. As far as the voting, my husband and I took a little dip into the Unity Church for a while, and I learned a lot through that. They did thumbs up, thumbs sideways, thumbs down. So if you called people, do you agree with this? And all the thumbs up, you're okay to go. If you have some sideways thumbs or down, you keep talking about it. They keep asking questions, you listen. Sometimes those thumbs sideways will go to thumbs up. If you still have people with thumbs down, if there's a lot of them, you really have to listen to that. If there's only one, that person has to pretty much agree that they have seen the movement of this discernment and that they will support it. So it's a really useful non-voting way of doing things. And I really would love to incorporate that into the places I'll be.
I think that's really helpful. That's a great way to build consensus without voting. I just want to respond to something that Terrell put in the chat. The parking lot meetings, every church has them. And I believe it is the minister's duty to address that. And so I, regularly address the destructiveness of leaving a meeting or a ministry gathering and tearing it down in the parking lot. And I've preached a lot about authentic community and what authentic community looks like, and authentic community cannot make space for that kind of passive aggressive behavior. And I've learned that if you set that as your expectations, it really helps stifle a lot of that.
Awesome. Are there any more questions?
Creating a brave, structured space that provides that type of opportunity to share feelings and all that is important. Like, that's one of the things that we do in organizing, is to evaluate everything and to present it as such, so that we can be honest and authentic, so we can minimize, because we're never going to get rid of, but we can minimize the parking lot conversations, right? This is the space, and we want to be able to respond. And so making sure that we're creating that opportunity is important.
Thank you, Tim, for sharing kind of your tactics of what has worked in your church, and sharing that approach with us. I think something that I really appreciated was that you mentioned that there was like a 5-year transition. It's not something that kind of flipped the switch overnight. So at this point, we're going to go on to our next speaker, Reverend Melodye Hilton, to talk about Kingdom Culture Champions. Dr. Melodye Hilton works with individuals and work groups around the globe as a leadership consultant, behavioral analyst, and personal coach. Her recognition extends over all ages, socioeconomic and educational backgrounds through her work in corporate and local business, government, and public and private educational sectors. She and her husband, Stephen, pioneered Giving Light, a local church and global outreach in the heart of central Pennsylvania. She's the author of 3 books: Unmasking Prejudice, Silencing the Internal Voice of Bigotry, Double Honor, Uprooting Shame in Your Life, and Higher Living Leadership, Influence, Societal Design, and an Instrument of Justice. The latter being available in both Marketplace and Biblical editions, as well as in Spanish. And Dr. Melodye travels nationally and internationally, ministering, training, consulting, and coaching. So I'd like to introduce Reverend Melodye Hilton.
Well, I'm so honored to be able to be here. I want to share my PowerPoint. Can you all see that?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Well, first of all, I want to let Pastor Tim know that was absolutely phenomenal. And I'm just so honored to be able to follow him with what I believe is an inspirational or an encouraging way to really motivate the body of Christ corporately to be able to impact our world for good. And I've been pastoring with my husband, co-pastoring for the last 40 years, but about 20 years ago, I had a major defining moment that really launched a passion inside of me to develop kingdom champions, those that would be able to reach our world and expand the kingdom of God by being equipped in the church, but then going outside of the 4 walls of the church and being a living epistle read of all men. And I have a quote up there. It says, "If you carry the light, you need not fear the darkness." And I think so many times we just focus on everything that's going wrong in our world rather than focusing on being a light, being, as Dr. King said, hate cannot drive out hate, only love can do that. So if we focus on being love, love, if we focus on being the ones that are mercy driven rather than judgment driven, then we will be able to model the culture of the kingdom of God wherever we go. And I function in the church, but through my marketplace expressions, it takes me into every part of society, in my community as well as globally, and it's been so powerful. That's how I met Melodye, the other Melodye, and because of some philanthropic works that I have that are very kingdom mindset, but in marketplace language. So I kind of want to bring some of those things to the table. And I don't know why my PowerPoint, there it is. All this happened about 20 years ago, and it was such a powerful defining moment in my life. I was in Edinburgh, Scotland, and I went into the castle of Edinburgh, and there I saw these crown jewels of Scotland. Oh my gosh, diamonds, rubies, pearls, gold, silver. It was just amazing looking at these crown jewels. But right aside of the crown jewels was this big ordinary looking rock. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what's this rock doing aside of the crown jewels? And as I began to read about this rock, it was called the Stone of Destiny. And when the kings and queens of Scotland would sit upon that stone, upon that rock, it was they sat upon it to be coronated king and queen. And when they sat upon that rock, it was no longer about them, but it was about the kingdom, it was about the people, and it was about the redemption of the land. It was about taking back their land. So the kingdom was Scotland's rule, because it was being horribly threatened by the tyranny of England. It was about the people, the Scottish people, and so many were massacred and raped and plundered and pillaged as England came to invade their nation. And it was about the land, because the ground was literally saturated with the blood of the sons and daughters of Scotland. And as I read that, I had this amazing encounter with destiny, with purpose, with calling, with a voice inside of me. And it was, Melodye, it's no longer about you. When you gave your life to me, it was no longer about you, but it was about the kingdom of a God. It was about people. It was about humanity. It was about taking the love and the value and the heart that Father God has for his people. It was to focus on the people, and then to care about society, to care about our nation, to care about the redemption of the very land, of our communities, of society. So I realized that I was sitting upon a stone of destiny, and I believe every person who claims to be a Christian is sitting upon a stone of destiny, and they are being commissioned for the kingdom of God, for the people that he loves so deeply, and for the redemption of culture. And before I go to that slide, I want to read a couple scriptures very quickly. In Exodus 33:13, it says, if you are pleased with me, talking to God, God, if you're pleased with me, teach me your ways, so I might know you and continue to find favor with you. And I love this next statement. Remember that this nation is your people. The fact is, God is the creator of every human being on the planet. He becomes our Father when we give our life to him, but he is still the creator of every person, no matter where they're at, no matter what they believe, no matter what they do, no matter what they say, no matter what they've done, good or bad or ugly. This nation is God's people. And in Psalms 103:7, he said, he made, talking about Moses, he made me to know his ways and his deeds to the people, talking about Moses. Deeds means my actions and my practices. And I loved what you said, Pastor Tim, because what you began to develop were not practices of man, but practices of a kingdom model where it cared about the whole, where it cared about people and the gifts that they carried, and to find a place for those people to give their gifts in the local church, which will empower them to be able to have confidence in the contributions that they carry, so they can go out into the world, so they can touch their world in a positive way, because within the church, they are developing the confidence of releasing their contribution. And that's just so powerful. It wasn't just structure that you were communicating. It was communicating a system that will empower the people to be positioned to honor God with their life. And so I really champion you in the things that you brought to the table. And so the ways of God are his actions and his practices. The heart of God is, the deeds of God are the actions and practices. The ways of God is his heart. And that's his path, his direction, his habits, his course of life, and his character. So whenever I model the thoughts and the ways of God, it will so equip me to become a kingdom culture champion. And I'm using the word culture because simply, whether it's in our church, whether it's in our family, whether it's in our community, we all have a culture, and it's a reproducible system of beliefs that shape actions, what is or is not acceptable. And so basically, every single thought I have produces attitudes and emotions which shape what I believe and I do. My corresponding actions are based upon my beliefs. And so when we look, I'm in Central PA, I am sure the culture of Central PA is much different than the other Melodye's culture in Chicago. And so we have to recognize the culture that we're in and say, God, how do we bring the culture, a reproducible system of beliefs that shape actions? How do we bring the culture of heaven into our spheres of influence, into the culture in my community, into my region? And I'm taking kingdom culture champions from my daughter. My daughter is in corporate America, and she's an executive in a national management company that has properties all across the United States. And so one of her roles is to be a culture champion. And when I read the definition of culture champion, I stole it. And I'm using that for the kingdom, okay? So here's the business role defined. It's individuals who possess the desired beliefs, values, and behaviors which align with a company's culture. So let's tell us, it is the individuals that have the desired beliefs, values, and behaviors which align with the kingdom of God's culture, God's ways, God's heart, God's nature, what the Bible says, and leading others to partner with and benefit from the culture of that organization. So when we model the culture of the kingdom, we will be able to lead others, not through religious rules and systems and structures, but lead others with a heart that says, look what we have in the kingdom of God. Look what we have in Christianity. And as we model that, as we are that living epistle read of all men, as we are those that love rather than hate, that value rather than shame people. No, we will benefit the culture of the kingdom. We will be able to build the culture of the kingdom. And I'm very passionate about this because I have seen that as I've been driven from 20 years ago in that defining moment I had with God, that's when I launched my consulting company. I'm committed. I'm called to ministry. I pastor with my husband. That has not stopped in 40 years. But I knew that I needed to develop things inside of me, skills and abilities to be able to speak the language of the world, the language of the culture, the language within business, the language within whatever sphere of influence, and mine is business, government, and the educational system. And those are the cultures that I really personally feel called to invest into, as well as the body of Christ, of course. And so I began to develop within me a very deliberate process of developing an internal kingdom culture. And I'm going to simplify that, because if I can simplify it for you, I think absolutely every single person on this call is saying, God, that's who I want to be. That's what I want to model in my world. And so each one of us have the ability to seed the thoughts and the ways of heaven into absolutely every person we connect to. And we don't have to preach it. We don't have to use scriptures. We will just model this. And what is that? What is the kingdom culture? We know the scripture. God so loved the world, right? He sent Jesus. He loved. So what is the very foundation of the kingdom culture? And that is love. Jesus valued mankind so much that he paid the highest price to redeem us, to restore us back to God's original intent and purpose. It is the Father's heart to love people and to value them. And Melodye knows me. We've connected. I have a movement, and it's not a church movement, but it's so biblical, called the #StopDevaluation movement. And it's with a lot of marketplace language, but the fact is, the whole goal, the whole message is we must stop devaluation if we are going to impact our world for good, if we're going to cross the divides, if we truly value people, if we confront devaluation, dehumanization, marginalizing people. No, if we begin to just develop the attribute of valuing all of humanity, we will be a kingdom culture champion. We will be able to impact our world as the body of Christ in the most powerful way. And the fact is, I can't go into all the science today, but I have all the science, not just of neuroscience, but a science called axiogenics. In fact, I'm in the process of right on the edge of obtaining my certification for the science of axiogenics, but is the science of value. It's the mind-brain science of value generation. And there is a hierarchy of value woven in to every single human being on the planet. And it is that science that has the ability for us as human beings to generate value. My goodness, that sounds biblical to me. I'm getting the practical science of it, but it's so biblical. And it is the Father's heart. And I will tell you, it was about 4 years ago before I started the Stop Devaluation movement, I was having encounters with the Father's heart. I mean, I was weeping. I was feeling like God grieving for humanity. I was feeling God grieving for those who've been devalued and dehumanized. I mean, my heart was breaking for quite a few months. I couldn't get these thoughts out of my mind, and my heart was broken, and I was crying and crying. And I'm not a big crier, but I was just crying and crying and crying. And I go, God, what do I do with this intensity of emotion? Can you tell I'm emotional about my topic? What do I do with this intensity of emotion? And that's when I heard, I've called you to stop devaluation. Now, is this ever going to happen in my lifetime? I don't know, but I'm going to be passionate about proclaiming it to every person I come in contact with. And now I get to talk to those who are leading ministries and impacting people that can develop the kingdom culture. And we have the whole word of God to back up this message. And so what an honor. Thank you, Melodye, for inviting me. What an honor for me to be able to speak before all of you that have spheres of influence that can take, just some aspects of this message and seed them into your people. But I can take that same heart that I have right now, and I'm absolutely no different in the marketplace arena as I am now. I talk just like I'm talking now, but without scriptures. When I do consulting and I go before a multi-million-dollar business, I'm saying this stuff with the same passion. I just use science to back it up. But I'm driven by a heart that I have for my God, to see the kingdom of God expanded. This is axiogenics. Actually, this is the person who is training me in axiogenics. There is mounting evidence. This is scientific evidence that was first began to be discovered 2,500 years ago. 60 years ago, they began to bring some structure to it. But there is mounting evidence that certain moral values may be even embedded in our DNA. You know what that's saying? That is saying, woven in the DNA of every human being is the science of values. Every person is craving to be valued, and every person is craving to value others. And whenever we value others, it will, scientifically speaking, will generate emotional health. The more I love you, the more healthier I will be. It's just a fact. When I value other people, it immediately, neuroscience speaking, it will immediately feed back in my own brain. It's called the boomerang effect. When I do right, I feel good. When I value others, it brings emotional health to me. When I confront evil and those things, social justice issues, you're in my world, the D&I world, man. I mean, this is my passionate world that I'm in, because the more I confront those things that divide us, the healthier I become, and the more I'm able to generate that health. And oh my goodness, I better hurry up. So you read this, I got to go fast. Isaiah 55, it's all about my thoughts are higher than your thoughts, and my ways are higher than your ways. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts higher than your thoughts. He's not telling us that we'll never be able to know his thoughts. He's not telling us that we're stupid and we'll never be able to measure up to his thoughts and ways. No, he's giving us an invitation. I want you to embrace my thoughts. That's why we stand from the pulpit and we preach, because we are preaching the thoughts and the ways of heaven, so that we can embrace those thoughts, so we can develop neural memory based upon objective biblical truth. So now we can begin to model that in our world. And in the Passion Translation, it says, so also will be the words that I speak. That's the thoughts and the ways of the words he speak. It does not return unto me unfulfilled. I recognize no matter how many likes, no matter how many subscribers, no matter how many people read my books, whatever it might be, I'll tell you, when I know I'm speaking the things that represent my God, it will not return to him void. My word performs my purpose, not Melodye's purpose, but his purpose, and fulfills the mission I sent it to accomplish. We've adopted this into our church. Our church has developed a code of conduct that is developing a culture of validation. This house, this local church is a local church that will value each one. We are a gossip-free zone. We are a prejudice-free zone, and parking lot conversations, right? That's unacceptable to a validating culture. Being critical of others is unaccepted to a validating culture. Now, can we control that? Absolutely not. If we think we control everybody's thinking and everybody's actions, we will get depressed as ministry leaders. But just as you said, Pastor Tim, you stand and you preach it over and over and over. This is our culture. This is who we are. This is the kingdom of God. This is what's going to build a healthy community, an authentic community. It's so powerful. And then what does he say? Next verse, you'll go out with joy and be led forth with peace. So the fact is, if I embrace a kingdom culture, whether everything turns out like Melodye wants it to or not, the fact is there will be an internal joy leading me. There will be a supernatural peace leading me. And the fact is, creation is groaning. In Romans 8:19, the entire universe is standing on tiptoe, yearning to see the unveiling of God's glorious sons and daughters. Guys, that's you and me. All of the universe. It's not just saying people, it's absolutely everything that was created. Every aspect of society, every practical thing, every governmental structure, every systemic structure, even all of creation is groaning for the manifestation of you and me. The Amplified says that creation waits eagerly for the children of God to be revealed. We have 51 on this call. So there's 50 people here that God is waiting on us to reproduce this message. It's not Melodye's message. I believe it is a kingdom culture message. So we have to be very intentional. Some sow, some water, but only God can bring in the increase. If we put all this pressure on ourselves to say, I've got to do this, I've got to produce this, Melodye, you got to make this happen. I don't have that power, but I do have the power to sow. I do have the power to water in Christian circles, but also in business, government, and the educational system. I do have the ability in every consulting job I have, every client I have, every executive coaching session I have, I can go into those sessions with an authentic, genuine heart that's going to love and value that person. I got to be careful with stories because that takes up my time. But I was able to speak before a division of the Department of Army, and it was like 25 leaders in this one division that handled. Their budget was $8 billion. So they brought in me because they needed, ethics training and all that kind of stuff, because these people handled a lot of money. And there were so many military leaders, generals, mostly these big, strong military people. And I'm like 5 foot tall, little tiny thing, And in the middle of it, I said, guys, forgive me if this is a woman thing, but I love you. This is professional Melodye. This is me. They say, you're unlike any consultant I ever heard. I love you. You guys could be getting paid 10 times what you're getting paid, but you so value this nation that you're willing to go with such minor pay, getting minor pay because you want to do what's good for this nation. I said, I so honor you. And they started going, woo-ah, woo-ah, woo-ah. And afterwards, these individuals were coming up and saying, Melodye, I've never heard anybody talk this way with values and ethics training. Why? Because I went there with a heart to sow validation and to empower them to be able, they didn't know it, but it was kingdom culture. So powerful. This is axiogenics. The human brain is amazingly adaptable and pre-wired for incalculable goodness. George Pugh said the biology of the human brain is hardwired to add value. That means woven into our neural memory is the ability to generate value. Just take this statement right here. Every one of us can do this 50 times a day or more, because we make up to 35,000 decisions a day. Okay, most of them are subconscious, but if we would face a situation and say, what decision can I make? What action can I take to create the greatest net value right at this moment, right here and now? Melody, what can you do right now with this group of 50 amazing people? Melody, what can you say? What can you do to create the greatest net value? And when I do that, I'm aligning with my internal hierarchy of value woven in my human brain. And I'm planting seeds inside of you with a desire to generate value. Tim, you mentioned this scripture, go into all the world and preach the gospel to every creature. Okay, what's the gospel? It's good news. You know what? I might not use chapter and verse, but I can take good news wherever I go. I did this huge thing. There was estimated 25,000 registrations, and I was one of 4 white people amidst, a very diverse group of people. And so, do you know what? I went into that thing, it was all marketplace. And I went into that thing and I didn't talk about the problem. I talked about the power we have to value all of humanity. And as I was doing that, the moderator at the end said, Dr. Melody, everything you communicated, because this world, the whole D&I world, it can be so heavy. We can feel such weight on our shoulders. It feels so dark. It's so difficult. And, is there ever going to be any change? But after hearing you speak, and I had, I think, 30 minutes, after hearing you speak, and I just brought all the science of the hierarchy of value, said, for the first time, I feel hope. Just generating hope is preaching good news, because the source of hope is my God. So we're to go into all the world. That word world there is a Greek word cosmos. It means order and governments. Oh my goodness. I can go into government and bring some good news. The whole earth, that's the very land, and bring good news. The inhabitants, every single human being, I can bring good news. The world affairs, okay. I avoid politics at all costs. I don't give my opinion because I'm not getting into that cycle. And I'm not saying you might be called to do that, and that's fine. But I am going to camp on the banks of unity. I'm going to camp on the banks of the things that unite us, not the things that divide us. And there's so many issues in our world globally that want to separate us. Well, I'm not going there. I refuse to go there. Because if I disagree, that person will look at me and I will immediately become an enemy. I will be on the other side, because guess what? My husband and I don't even agree on everything. we disagree on just about everything. But you know what? We have respect and honor, and I can get away with it with him. But I've just learned why. Okay, let me put it this way. Let's keep the main thing the main thing. Let's value all of humanity. Let's bring some good news to the table. It literally means, this has all come from cosmos, the total of all things on the earth. And I'm going to stop here. I have a lot more to say, but so when you share this PowerPoint at the end. There'll be more things, but I want to stop here for questions or comments, those type of things. But we have the honor and responsibility to disciple our spheres of influence with a message of good. Condemnation, accusation, anger, criticism, prejudice, stereotypes, judgment, being biased against. We all have biases. Come on, guys. The whole axiogenics training I'm bringing to the table helps reveal our biases. Not in a negative way, but a very constructive way, so we can apply our cognitive assets to our cognitive liabilities so that we can generate value in our world. I know that was a mouthful, and if you don't understand it, it's okay. But the fact is, we all have biases. But the key thing we want to do is, I don't want to have a bias against anyone. If there ever is a thought that is critical, judgmental, prejudice, whatever it might be, I have to confront that internally, or I'll never generate value in my world. So we don't want to argue. We got to get away from the arguing, because it'll only create divides. We'll never be able to cross them. And I have a mandate in my heart as a Christian, as a leader in corporate America. The fact is, I have a mandate to help heal the divides. James 3:15 says, "For where envying and strife is, there is confusion and every evil work." That's why we have become, or declaring, and to everything inside of us that, and we have a small church, we got like 130 people in this house. We are going to value each other. Otherwise, there will be confusion and every evil work. And I'm one that has come from a lot of injustice. I was molested from the time I was 2 years old to 9 years old, and I could give you lots more about my life story. I know what it is to be devalued. I know what it's like to have tons of injustice against me. I worked for the FBI in the laboratory division. I lived in Washington, D.C. I was in the middle of so many things that were so destructive so many years ago. And I want you to know, I've been there, done that, bought a lot of t-shirts. But I tell you, I'm not going to allow my past, and I'm sure you've heard this 50 million times, my past will not define me. But I'm going to embrace a mantle that will not just impact my world for good, but it will allow the healing process inside of me continuing to grow and advance. Because the moment I do the good, it'll drive out all evil. The more I lean upon the truth of the word of God, the more it'll dismantle every lie inside of me. The more I embrace my identity, the more it'll drive out every lie. We are called to be repairers of the breach. And I'll close with this scripture. Your people will rebuild long deserted ruins. This is what God's saying about you and me right now. Building anew. Oh, we get to build again. I cannot live in the past. I've got to build something new. I've got to pay the price to pioneer something new. Building anew on foundations laid long before me. When God created the earth, there was foundations laid. Jesus paid the price to break off the curse so we could have reformation of society. You will be known as repairers of the cities and restorers of communities. That's my heart's cry for each one of us. Well, I'm going to pull down my slide show, and I'm open for wherever you guys want to go.
I appreciate you, and I'm on fire. Thank you.
Oh, you are so welcome. My honor.
Harriet
has her
Dart
hand up.
has her hand raised. If you could speak now.
Thank you for that wonderful, inspiring presentation. But what language do you use in a broader setting? The wide tent of the UCC and our theologies for such words as kingdom culture and Father's heart.
Okay.
So that we can reach across. I love that. I'm not going to camp on the bank of, I do bank on the camp of unity. And, judgment comes up quickly, easily.
Right. That's because 20 years ago, I began to pursue training, certification. Before I launched my business, I spent 3 years reading every leadership book I could find, not just Christian ones, but I needed to develop a language to be able to take kingdom principles. And years ago, one of my big terms, and I'm sure you've all heard this, emotional intelligence. Right? We've all heard emotional intelligence. And so I taught that constantly. And I didn't do it just in a traditional sense, but I had to be very authentic to Melodye and her voice. So I think one key that I want to give to you is you have to see the place of your passion and find language that fits the passion of your heart that is more marketplace driven. So mine is very much, I'm a leadership consultant, so I do the soft skills of leadership. I bring moral versus ethical, choice versus obligation, all those type of things. But I started with, just as an illustration, emotional intelligence. But the more I taught it, the more I want to go deeper. And that's where I began to learn about, now I'm being certified, but 10, 12 or more years ago, I really learned and was mentored on the science of axiogenics, which is the mind-brain science of value generation. And that gave me a lot of language to be able to bring value. And I really don't tell people, I tell people my story of the Stone of Destiny in Edinburgh. I knew in my heart, and scriptures were flooding my mind, and I knew I was having a beautiful encounter with truth with my God, but I don't tell that to people in the marketplace. I tell them about that story, and then I bring in the importance of valuing people and moving just beyond emotional intelligence, but really having a heart of love. And one thing I talk a lot about in the D&I world, and before it was so popular, it was my voice before it was popular. So when all kinds of things, crazy things took place in our world, I was already positioned to be able to speak into that. But so when I address that, I've already developed this language. And one of my big words has always been belonging, accepting, opening up my heart and letting people in. And there's always been inside of me a desire to cross the divides. It's kind of been a part of me even before I knew the Lord. It just was there, probably because the injustices in my life. I absolutely hate injustice, which is an abuse of power. And so I've developed all types of trainings about every leader, business, government, educational system, every leader becoming an instrument of justice. Now that's all through the Bible, but I want you to know the fact is, in the midst of a world where social justice is, people are much more aware of the need for social justice. I still hold true to my meaning of justice being power used for good. So like right now, this moment, I've got to stop. I'll preach after every question, so just shut me up. So like this moment, I go, how can I use my power for your good? I want to be very present with you and use what's inside of me for your good. So I think if you can find words that is very common or very easily to understand, or I provide my own definitions for so many words, because I could say justice and some person says that means I get a gun and kill somebody. No, and that's not. And so I give my definition because then I can communicate the depths of my heart behind the definition that I give. So did that answer your question a little?
Yes, it did.
Oh,
What I heard is, I mean, throughout this today is I hear relationships, communication, community, and what I hear you saying is you're a bridge builder, and we need people to build bridges to create the beloved community in our tiny church, in our town, in our state, in our country, in our world.
Yes.
And that would be the love of God, and that would be the realm of God.
Yes.
Alive and well.
I received the training from the King Center in Atlanta. They use that word, the beloved community. I love that word. I love that term. And so it's things like that. I will get as much training and investment from as many places that I can. So I have more tools in my tool belt to be able to do that. Thank you so much for asking that question.
Can you all hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on with my computer, but in my culture, we will say the devil is a lie. I would just like to respond also to that question about the UCC, because the UCC is more than just a certain group of people and what they have decided the language should be. That's one of the things that drew me to the United Church of Christ, that it is covenantal. So you mentioned culture at the very beginning and how it is important to understand the culture of a setting. And so I'm listening to you, and I don't necessarily use kingdom language. That's not something that I have adapted to, but I know Jesus.
Yes.
I know love. I know appreciation. I know the word of God. Yeah. So the language to me is not even that important as it is the content of what we are saying to people. And I love you, and you know that. Melodye came into my life because of her stop devaluation program, and she offered me an opportunity to share some trauma that I had experienced in my life from a very little girl, being African American, living in a community where I was devalued continuously, and that's how she and I became friends. And also how I've been able to recognize that in various congregations, there are people who have been devalued and hurt, and how we have to really ask the Holy Spirit to help us, speak to those people's hurt and love on them regardless.
And I love you, Melodye, and you have been such a blessing. I mean, her video is global, or it wasn't a video, it was a recording, but it's global, the podcast global. And because we all have a story, don't we? And when we care about people's story, then there's going to be an understanding. And when I take time to understand a person's story, what am I doing? I'm valuing them. There's so many ways to value people. And yeah, And I met Melodye through her son. I think it was because of my book on unmasking prejudice, or I don't even know how I met him. And he told his mom, "Hey, Mom, I got a baby boomer friend." Because I'm an old lady, right, compared to him. And so it was this little joke. But like championing who your son is, he's a generator of value. And you know what? There's a whole lot more good people in our world than there are evil. The news capitalizes the evil, but there's so many good people. And so if we can develop a large beloved community, wow, we can make a difference. This nation belongs to our God.
Frank, did you have your hand up?
I just wanted to thank her for that presentation. It was wonderful. I love leadership, and that's something I've been developing for years on leadership, and I just think it's so wonderful because it's important. Leadership is the whole thing, I think. So good leaders, we can go forward.
Amen. That's really good. Thank you, Frank.
Any more questions, comments? All right, people of God, I want to thank my friend Melodye with an E for blessing us this morning and just being just a gift to my life. And thanking God for having a heart open enough to receive her, and likewise.
Thank you all so much. Yes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So we're a little bit early. However, I just want to give you the setup for the next few moments. We have a recording today by Dr. John Artis on the gift and art of chiropractic. And I know some of you all are probably saying, what is with this lady? She got people doing chair yoga, Actually, Ellie is my acupuncturist. Anybody that knows anything about me, I truly believe in homeopathic healing. It's certainly spiritual healing, but I believe in adding these other components to my healing process so that I don't have to keep taking medicines and all of those kinds of things. But anyway, Dr. John Artis is my chiropractor. And I thought, I just want to share the blessing that I have received from going to somebody who is not necessarily considered, the typical kind of doctor. So Dr. John Artis is an international speaker, an author, strategic coach, and athlete, and most important, a husband and father. He is a chiropractor and founder of Health on Earth, Chiropractic and Rehab Natural Health Solutions. He is a health expert that has helped thousands of people. Dr. Artis is committed to being an inspiration to everyone he comes in contact, helping people develop new strategies and accountabilities, maximizing the possibilities of good health. It is his belief that everyone should have the choice to live in wellness without sickness and poor health. Following Dr. Artis will be our celebration of our TPIRC churches, because without you, each of you, and those who have joined us that might not be TPIRC churches, we would not be able to have this ministry. And so we do appreciate you and want to take that moment to celebrate you. After that, we will have our lunch break and resume at 1 o'clock.
Hi, this is Dr. Artis, and today I'm going to be talking about the power of the chiropractic adjustment, because this is one thing that's happening in our country is that we're getting sicker and sicker. Our country is getting sicker and sicker and sicker every year. Every time I turn around, you see people laying in hospital bed, people are dying, and the older I get, the less people are living, and it's just really getting disturbing to the point where I think we're overlooking certain things. And I professionally think, and in my spirit is telling me that people can actually benefit from the power of the chiropractic adjustment. It's one of the things that actually can help a lot of people. In the next 20 minutes, I'm going to show you how that's possible and what we can do to do it. Look at this right here. There was a young man that actually suffered from a lot of different things, from asthma, from digestive problems. Didn't know that he was suffering from these things. And that young man was myself. Grew up wanting to be a veterinarian, ended up going into a lab and discovering that I was allergic to rabbits. And so I started working with primates fresh out of college. And then I decided not to go to veterinary school, but end up getting into the pharmaceutical industry. So I am going around to different doctors' offices talking about how drugs can help the body. Now, on a recommendation of a friend, I ended up going to a chiropractor because I had some knee problems for trying to play basketball, and end up having my body change. My body literally changed in front of my eyes. A lot of people don't know this, but my asthma went away. I started breathing better. I started to gain weight. I've always been about 160 pounds, 165 pounds, always kind of slim with a pot belly. My body always is just completely changed. My digestion was better. I can't, recall that and ever happening before. And I was talking to the chiropractor one day. He said, man, you should become a chiropractor. And I felt like it was God talking to me in that moment. And when God was talking to me, I decided to drop everything and become a chiropractor. I wasn't 100% sure because I was listening to my flesh. It's like, man, you want to give this job up? You got a good job. You want to go back to school? You're going to be broke. And all these different things playing on my head. And one day I just woke up in the middle of the night and said, I'm going to do it. And I end up, one of the best decisions I could have ever made in my life is listening to the Spirit guide me. And so here I was, a young man, suffering and not even knowing it. I thought the things that I was going through was normal and not knowing that I could have got help a long time ago. I remember talking to my mom the last time I was home, and she was telling me about this instance where I had a asthma attack and it led into a panic attack because I was scared I was going to breathe. And I had these bunk beds and I was on the bottom bunk and it was just shaking because I was scared that I was going to stop breathing. And that's a scary feeling for a child. And so when that happened, I mean, my life was turned upside down. So I ended up dedicating my life to actually helping people that are suffering. It's not knowing that there is help out there. There's always hope that you could be better. And I want to make sure I help people instill that hope inside of them. So what the problem is in the United States is that we focus on the symptoms. We wait for stuff to show up. We wait for the weeds to come up out of the ground before we actually put the weed killer down. And some of the people that have some of the most beautiful lawns, and when you talk about grass, I'm a male, I love my grass, I love taking care of my grass, is that I put the weed killer down before the weeds even pop up. Because once the weeds come up, you can pull them up or you can just cut them off of the ground, but the weeds keep growing. And that's the same thing that we do in the United States. We focus on symptoms so much that we're not getting to the root cause of the problem. And that's what chiropractic does. That's why the title of this presentation is The Power of the Chiropractic Adjustment. You can cut down it all day, but they're going to keep coming back. So until we actually address the root cause of the problem, which chiropractic does, we don't say you need to go take painkillers to actually get rid of your low back pain. We go and find out what nerves are being impacted and what's causing that pain to remove that pressure off those nerves to actually restore that function back. And that's what we call a subluxation. And that's how we fix that. So what happens is the problem of the impact of that, what's happening is people are constantly in more pain. They're getting more headaches, low back pain, neck pain. They're on more medications, obviously, because they're chasing the symptoms. All medications do is really help the symptoms. And they're getting way more surgeries than they need to. How many people that are getting like knee replacements, that are getting hip replacements, that if they would have had their body structured right and they would have let their bodies heal properly, they wouldn't even been in the situation they're in. And so many people are focusing on those things. And so what that's doing is just causing the pharmaceutical companies to become really rich. And then so they bought out the government. And so now that the government is saying that we're going to set the rules based off of what the pharmaceutical companies pay us and tell us to do. And so it's not really genuinely concerned about our true health and well-being anymore. It's really about making money. And that's one of the things that's happening. So you want to make sure that your body's being put in the best position to actually be 100% healthy. This is the way to do it. And you can't negate the power of the chiropractic adjustment should not be left out of the conversation. here we are again, we're talking about the cause of focusing on those things. You know, what's causing these things to happen, right? So number one thing, we call them the 3 T's in my office and in the chiropractic profession. The most important thing that I see that's causing a lot of these different things is emotional stress, emotional thoughts, like negative thoughts that are actually driving us, whether it's financial, whether it's relationship, whether it is, you know, so many different things of just not feeling good about yourself, low self-esteem, you know, being overweight, obese. These things, these emotional thoughts are driving us to the point where people are being put on medications. They're actually putting in hospitals for mental wards. Right now, with us just coming out of a pandemic or probably still in a pandemic, people are still suffering mentally. And a lot of these emotional negativity thoughts are being affected by us. What happens and why this is so important is because this causes us to live in what we call a fight or flight symptom. So it causes us to live in a parasympathetic dominant state, which we're always living in survival mode. We never really get a chance to live in that flight mode to where our bodies can rest and repair, which is what we call a parasympathetic nervous system. And secondly, the second thing we look at here is the chemical toxins that we put in our body. Chemical toxins are horrible. These are things from things being ingested in the food. I found a perfect picture with a tomato right here that's actually has chemicals put in the tomato to actually make the tomato bigger, to make it redder, all these different things that people can do. You look at one of the most genetically modified foods, which is soy and corn. I mean, those things right here is happening all in front of our noses and nobody's regulating it. You know, you're looking at different foods and meats that we eat that is being injected with steroids to increase the size of the animal so that farmers and the producers can make more money. And we're ingesting that stuff and it's causing us to become very sick. Now, what that can do is that can throw off the chemical imbalance in the body. It can cause us to become dehydrated. It can throw off our digestion, which is a big problem as far as us being 100% healthy now is gut health. And then last but not least, the one thing that we all know that can actually cause a lot of different things is the physical traumas. These are things like slips and falls, car accidents that happen with our bodies. These things right here are things that you don't even think about, like poor posture, right? You also have things like carrying a heavy backpack or purse. I see ladies with heavy purses. They're carrying it, one shoulder's higher than the other, and they're walking around like that for years. And instead of having their body nice and level, that's one of the things that actually can cause your body to wear down so much faster, and then it'll put pressure on those joints, which then irritates the nerves and causes pain. So those three are things that we call the 3 T's. So we got thoughts, toxins, and traumas, which are emotional, chemical, and physical. Now here's the solution. This is me performing a specific scientific chiropractic adjustment, just removing the dangerous pressure off the spine that's caused by those 3 T's, the thoughts, traumas, and toxins. What I'm doing is I'm palpating down the spine to actually feel where it's stuck and where the subluxations are, the vertebrae that are shifted in the wrong position, and then just removing that pressure to allow life to flow from above, down, inside, and out throughout the body. And then the organs, the muscles, and the cells can get all the energy they need. The solution, the power of the chiropractic adjustment. These 3 things are going to happen constantly, repeatedly, over and over in your life. You're always going to have physical traumas, chemical traumas, toxins we can't really avoid. I mean, we can try to minimize them as much as we can by eating more organic. And then we can also try stress management. But how this works right here is that I talked about the 2 different nervous systems before, where you got the parasympathetic and you got the sympathetic. Now with the parasympathetic nervous system, which is like fight or flight. So that's what our body perceives and we're in a needed stress. So we get into that state when we need to get out of a stressful situation. And one of the things that happens is that's coming down from the brain. The brain doesn't know stress from fear sometimes, because what happens is it can actually, we might be scared of something which could cause us stress. It can cause our nervous system to be in that fight or flight mode. So everything constricts. So you actually get about 50% less blood flow to the liver and other organs. And so it pushes more blood flow to the muscles to get out of that stressful situation. And so when that pushes less blood flow to major organs, that causes your body not to repair, digestion not to happen, reproduction not to happen. Sometimes people cannot get pregnant just by simply understanding that concept, because they're in that fight or flight mode. Then you got the parasympathetic nervous system, which you can see is where the body repairs. That happens when you're asleep, when you're actually resting. And one of the things, that's when your body's healing. That's why if you look at any hospital setting, they don't have treadmills around in there and gyms. They have beds so people can lay there and just literally rest. And what they're doing is they're resting, they're putting the right nutrition in their body, and their body is healing and repairing itself, supposedly. And of course, they do some other things in there, but what happens is this is a very delicate thing because the brain controls everything, as you see in this top slide up here. It's part of the head, and it sends messages down that spinal cord. And that energy goes up and down that spinal cord through those nerves to all those organs. And so those vertebrae, the two jobs of the vertebrae is to keep us upright, which is our posture. And the second one is to actually protect the spinal cord. Now, in life, those individual vertebrae can shift. And when they shift and they put pressure on those nerves, that can cause whatever that nerve supply to decrease in function. That's the basic concept of chiropractic. And when that decreases in function, that causes a lot of other things to happen in the body to backfire. And then your body starts to break down slowly. Now, here's the thing with your body. Your body's always breaking down and repairing, breaking down and repairing, breaking down and repairing. If your body keeps breaking down and you're not repairing as fast, you're going to eventually die. That's what happens with a lot of times with seniors. Sometimes their bodies are starting to break down at a more rapid pace than it is repairing. And so eventually the body will shut down. Now, that can happen at us at an early age, too. That's why some people look older than they actually are, because their body, their skin is breaking down. It's not repairing. And so what happens is we need to actually not have anything to interfere with that process. If we can slow down the interference of that process and remove any interference from that nervous system to allow 100% function to happen, for life to flow from above, down, inside, and out, and for that brain to be fully connected with no interference and that energy flow, which we call innate intelligence. Some people call it God, some people call it Mother Nature, to flow up and down that spinal cord throughout to those organs, the body's going to repair itself and it's going to do what it's going to do. You can actually slow down that aging process, and you can take care of your body. Now, here's some proof right here of all, not some of the patients, of some of the probably hundreds of thousands, almost patients that I can't even count how many patients I have. This is my very first patient, the second picture right here. I mean, she's still with me today. She still comes in, and this was probably 16 years ago. I mean, chiropractic helped her with, her cervical spine. When she came in, it took me a year to actually get her neck to move because she has so much degeneration, and it was affecting her fingertips to the point where they were becoming numb. And so we worked on it, and when we finally got her vertebrae to move in her neck, she literally was in tears, not because of pain, because of relief. I mean, a year, she was committed 100% to the process. And that's what it's going to take a lot of times to be 100% committed. This is another patient right here that's been here for a while. It's helped her with her blood pressure. I mean, she had one incident to where her and her husband got into it, and she was in the hospital because her blood pressure got up so high, they said, you're going to have a stroke. But this lady's 79 years old and still kicking it hard, still drives around us and travels more than all of us across the country, visiting family and friends, and hardly on any medications. This has helped her with the movement of her thumbs, with interference of thumbs, helping her with loving herself, helping her with just her attitude and her body functioning better. She had chronic migraine headaches, this person right here, to the point where she was taking medications for the migraine headaches and did not know that an upper cervical vertebrae adjustment to remove that pressure off the top part of the neck caused that to shift over and actually just allow the body to flow perfectly through. And when that flows through like that, it actually is going to just make sure that the headaches are minimal, if not any at all. This right here is a medical doctor, Dr. Chen. She came in, she had low back pain from standing up, bending over patients all the time. This lady is an avid runner, helped her. I mean, there's so many different stories. And here's another.
Jig, I feel so much better.
All right. So what happened a couple weeks ago?
Oh, I was on the floor.
Okay.
I was in so much pain, I could not even talk.
Okay.
Okay? It was like in-stage labor.
Yeah.
For 2-3 weeks.
But now you're doing good.
Oh! I believe it. No pain driving here.
Oh, I'm so proud.
Right?
Look at you.
I'm just excited. I'm like, come on, give me another treatment.
Yes.
So just with that being said right here, to me, chiropractic is probably one of the best alternatives. And what, unfortunately, the thing while I'm doing this presentation too, is that people look at it as the last alternative. And I want you to look at it as the first alternative and the best alternative, because people in the line for pills and surgery, and as you can see, it's not working. You know, one of the things I always say, you could take if you have high blood pressure and you take a pill, you still got high blood pressure. You know, doctors say you can actually lifestyle change, lose some weight, and you can get off the medication. People will still eat the same thing and still do the same things instead of making a lifestyle change. Well, chiropractic is a lifestyle change. It's not just you coming in and getting popped and cracked. You're coming in and getting a specific chiropractic adjustment to actually remove the interference and actually learn a healthy lifestyle at the same time. I don't know too many places to where you can do that in a medical facility. And so what I want to do here today is I want to take a couple minutes just to thank you for just listening to me today. You could have been somewhere doing anything else you wanted to do, you know, but what I want you to realize too is I don't want you to go down the road and realize that, man, this is something that I probably should have been doing a long time ago, right? And I didn't do it. And then you look 10 to 20 years from now, and you said, man, I listened to that chiropractor and I should have done what he was saying and I didn't. And now I regret it, right? What if you actually listen to what I'm saying and then you actually applied it, went out and got adjusted on a regular basis, and you actually had better health than you could imagine where you are right now? And you said, man, I thank God that he sent this young man to come and tell me the message he's telling me, so now I can actually do it. You have abundant health and more than you thought. I mean, your bodies are capable of so many amazing things that it could do, and so many people are suffering out here and they'd rather pop a pill. It's just doesn't make sense to me. So one of the things that I'm offering is what I always tell people to do is get a functional exam. A functional wellness exam is where we come in, we look at your posture to make sure you're in the right alignment, number one. We actually do range of motion to see if how far you can turn and twist and bend over and touch your toes, all the things, and squat. I mean, there are researchers saying that if you can't do some of these things, that you won't live to be a certain age. That's the reality of it. So also, we're going to take some pictures of your spine. This is a picture of me going over a report of findings with a patient, looking at her spine and looking at what she needs to do to actually restore her body back to 100% function for her. Because the function for everybody is going to be different, okay? If you're 80 years old, your function is going to be different than a 25-year-old. So we just got to find out what's right for you, okay? And then at least one of the things that if you don't follow through with care, you actually know exactly where you are. And you've actually said, man, I've done that. I understand what I need to do going forward. Now, some of the benefits of that, too, is that you're going to move better. That's one of the number one things that my patients say, and numerous of patients for chiropractors around the world, is that they move better. You know, they're able to move and twist. They got better digestion, better sleep, and they got decreased pain, if not any pain at all. We're squeezing that pain out, right? And that's what we want to do. Now, with this being said right here, for all this, I want you to be the best version of yourself. Some people might say, hey, you know what? I've been to a chiropractor before. It didn't work for me. Number one thing I want to say is that you didn't have all three of these things in order. Your body, right? This is your senses. This is your touch. This is your muscle tone. We're working with those different things. But if your soul is not right, it doesn't matter how much you work on your body. If your spirit is not right, it doesn't matter how much you work on your body. So all three of these things have to be in alignment. And us as Christians, you can appreciate the scripture that goes with the body. You got to honor your body as you're honoring God. And then you also got to feed your soul. You got to make sure that you're guarding that right there. And in the spirit, you know, that's one of the things that we got to protect. You know, that's what we're actually, the battle is not in flesh with your knee pain. The battle is not in the hips and stuff like that. The battle is in the spirit. And if we get the spirit right and then get the body right and keep the soul right, oh, they're going to be unstoppable. That's how you can be the best version of you. So I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. I thank you for actually doing this. If you want to get in contact with me, you can go to my website. It's www.healthonearth.org or drjohnartis.com. And again, my name is Dr. John Artis. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Jeffrey Nelson. Reverend Jeff Nelson serves as a minister for ministerial calls and transitions as a part of the MESA team at the UCC national setting. Prior to that, he served as a local church pastor for 15 years in several settings in Northeast Ohio. He's also a certified spiritual director in the tradition of Ignatius of Loyola. He has written 5 books on prayer, spirituality, and popular culture. He shares his life with his wife, Andrea, children Wesley and Harper, and many dogs and cats. Awesome. Well, I'll turn it over to Reverend Jeff.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Glad to be with you yesterday and today, and I'm glad to be spending a little bit of time talking with you this afternoon about sustenance and what that entails, not just in ministry, but also as people of faith, as members of a local church, and what that might entail for your involvement both within and outside of your church as you are seeking to be a person of faith in the world. And I chose this title just to acknowledge that we are a part of we've experienced so much change over the past couple of years in particular, and we're still feeling the effects of that change. We're still trying to wrestle with what it means for ourselves, what it means for our churches. And there are still so many open questions surrounding that. And we've heard several other presenters acknowledge that and try to wrestle with that during their presentations as well. And so we're going to do a little bit more wrestling with that, but I want to talk specifically about how do we sustain ourselves as we are struggling with that, as we are trying to seek answers or the best path forward for those sorts of questions. And one thing, as I was thinking about what to share specifically today, when I think of sustaining ourselves, so we can talk about that in a lot of different ways. We can talk about physical sustenance. We can talk about mental and emotional sustenance. What I'm going to focus on is spiritual sustenance, to talk about how we pay attention to what is going on inside of us as we are facing the many transitions in our wider world, within our congregations, and within ourselves, trying to tap into and pay attention to our own reactions within us, our own spiritual needs within us as we do so. And so I'm gonna, as most others have, share my screen, and we will begin. So I want to name a couple of beginning issues that I'm going to be focusing on over the course of our time today. The first thing is that I'm not here to provide clean answers, easy answers. There are no easy answers. And so, what I do want to share instead are tools that can be used as we think about sustaining ourselves and wondering about what is going on inside us and being attentive to that. I want to talk about the many non-ministry factors or non-church factors of one's life. I'm going to be talking a bit about issues related to discernment, and I'm going to be talking about issues related to seeking and following one's calling. And a couple things that I want to mention: the words like ministry and words like call when we usually think about these words, we are usually casting them in the context of authorized clergy. And I want to reclaim those, even as I am an authorized clergy person myself. I want us to be able to reclaim those for everyone, that we are all called in some way, and that we are all called in multiple ways. But we also all have a ministry, whether we are ordained or authorized or not, whether that is within the walls of a church or not. And so I want to name that we all have this calling and that we all have this ministry. And then also that there are many factors beyond that one particular calling or that one particular ministry that we have. And so part of seeking sustenance for ourselves, part of sustaining our own spirits, is paying attention to the wholeness of our lives, to pursue ourselves holistically, to take care of ourselves and sustain ourselves holistically. So that's one of the things that we're going to be talking about a little bit. I also want to name that things like self-care, self-sustenance, and discernment are not done alone. We are not the only ones who have to do this for ourselves, but instead we may be privy to a wide network of loved ones, of professionals, of fellow believers who can help us with this work. We are not meant to journey to taking care of ourselves all by ourselves. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that. And intentionality is the other key word that I want us to remember. That seeking sustainability, seeking sustenance, seeking self-care, discernment, that there is an intentionality to that. It doesn't just happen. We don't just sit around and if we wait long enough, it will happen to us. And so these tools that we have and this network of people around us, it takes some intentional seeking out and using of these things, making use of that network, making use of various tools that are around us in order for vitality and sustainability to happen. Okay. Beginning issues out of the way, I want to talk a little bit about what I have come to call the call cycle. And there are various versions of this out there. There are various versions that can be found in ministry resources, that can be seen in other presentations. This is the version. This is my own version, my own adaptation of what I have seen elsewhere. And so the call cycle begins, you see at the top, a time of affirmation and engagement. We feel very in tune with what we feel we are called to do and who we are called to be in the world. We feel very affirmed in what we are doing. And maybe that is affirmation from others. Maybe that is just being in a place of very high motivation and high positive energy as we are engaging in this work. And so we are just feeling very in tune with ourselves, with God's Spirit, and with what we believe we are called to be doing. And so from there, we are in a time of great high creativity and productivity. as we are engaged and as we feel affirmed, we are in a place where we're able to come up with a lot of creative ideas, and we have the energy to pursue them, to make plans, to engage others. And so we're in a time where we want to not only feel this for ourselves, but to act upon it and to produce something that will bless our faith communities and that will bless our wider communities. And so we follow up on this affirmation with a time of producing something. And so from there, after that, we come to a point where we're in a place of stability. We come to a point where we have created and we have produced something, and now we've come to where we just want to maintain what we have created and what we have produced. And so our main focus is to maintain those things, to keep them rolling, to keep volunteers active and engaged, to check in and see how they're doing, see how little things might be tweaked in order to be even more productive or more efficient or more streamlined. And so we're at a time where we're just keeping everything moving forward. And there's still some energy to this. It might be a little less energy and excitement than when we were in the creative and productive phase, but we've still got a certain amount of energy that knows that we are in a place where we're doing something good, and we want to maintain that good and life-giving thing for the benefit of others. So after this time of stability, things maybe begin to decline. The volunteers, maybe they're getting tired. Maybe we are getting tired. Maybe we come to a point where showing up every day to do those same sorts of things that we've been trying to maintain, it's starting to wear on us. Or it's starting to feel a little, we might say, over familiar. And the excitement of that creative phase, it's not apparent anymore. We're not creating, we're trying to maintain, and the maintaining is starting to become more difficult. Our own energy level has dropped. The energy level of others that we're involved in whatever ministry or activity or event that we're engaged in starts to drop. And so there is this general decline that starts to happen. And then we reach a point where so much decline has happened that we hit a point where it's a bit of a crossroads. It's a time of evaluation and discernment. And this time of evaluation and discernment can take a couple different forms. We might, if we're talking specifically about a program or a particular expression of our sense of calling to ministry, a particular activity that is taking place, a particular ministry that is happening within our churches, or we may be evaluating or discerning our own sense of calling within a particular church or within a particular program. So we may be evaluating for ourselves, or we may be evaluating or discerning in terms of how a particular application of our ministry. And when we're in that evaluation and discernment period, we have this choice to make. We have this divergence of paths where we're meant to discern between taking one or the other. The first is to re-engage. The first is to find another sense of affirmation, to feel reaffirmed to that ministry that we have been engaged in, or reaffirmed in our own sense of ministry within a particular space. Or the other option is to opt out. In terms of a particular ministry or program, that might mean that it has run its course. It has sustained people for a season, and now it's time to let it go and re-engage in some other kind of ministry instead. Or we may discern that it is our own involvement that needs to change. And it is our own involvement that we need to opt out in order to make space for somebody else to re-engage and to bring a renewed sense of creative and productive energy instead. So as we engage this call cycle, there are a couple things to wrestle with, to keep in mind and to pay attention in terms of what is going on within us. First, we may ask, when we're at that critical point of evaluation and discernment, one of the things that we may wrestle with is, what potential does the relationship still have? What potential does this particular ministry partnership still have? And we may be able to say, well, this particular thing isn't working as well as it did, as well as it once did for that season, but there is potential for so much more, for us to continue this ministry partnership. Or it may be time to seek a different kind of ministry in a different way. One of the things when we encounter all of these most recent changes and transitions and cultural upheavals and all of these questions that we have been wrestling with the past couple of years, is one of the tendencies or temptations for us to ask might be, is this where I'm still called to do ministry? Is this still where my gifts are? Is this a sign that I need to opt out and I need to re-engage in some other space? That this low energy is a sign that I need to move on, but it might not necessarily be the case. It might instead be the case that you are in need of personal re-engagement, of a time of personal renewal of some kind, and that the relationship is actually doing just fine. The partnership still has lots of potential left, but it might just be that we are in need of our own renewal in order to help that partnership continue to thrive. This term and this concept comes from a ministry mentor who actually passed away a few months ago, but I'm not sure. Well, anyway, when we have a really positive moment in ministry, whatever that ministry is that we name for us, when we're in that part of the call cycle where we are feeling affirmed and when we are feeling engaged, it might be in part because some positive outcome has happened in whatever ministry we're engaging in. And so what my mentor, the way my mentor put it was, you want to build a shrine within yourself to that moment, to remember that moment and to give thanks for it and to keep it in an easily accessible place within yourself. Because eventually those non-affirming moments happen. Those moments where you don't want to be engaged happen. When you get all the way around and you hit those points in the call cycle, such as decline, or when you get to a point where you're in a time of evaluating. When those low moments in ministry happen, those are the times when you're going to want to revisit your shrines, your inner shrines, where you can remember those affirming moments, where you can remember that you do have a calling and that you are gifted for ministry and you are called to ministry, whether it continues to be the ministry that you're engaged in or whether it continues to be someplace else, that nevertheless, remembering that God has called you, remembering that the Spirit has equipped you and has gifted you, that becomes important for us. So building those shrines and moments of affirmation and engagement so that we can revisit them when we hit those low moments in the call cycle. Search and call. Part of my portfolio is search and call. And so I naturally gravitate toward this. For those who are not authorized, for those who do not engage in search and call, you might call it something else. You might call it just, testing the possibilities for ministry in other ways. One of the ways that we might end up discerning for ourselves the ministry, whether we're called right back to the ministry that we have been doing versus some other form of ministry, is we might just learn a little bit more about other avenues for ministry. So testing those possibilities elsewhere or testing other possibilities within our own churches might be a way for us to discern for ourselves. Well, I tried this other thing, and you know what? I ended up finding out that I am not called to that. I am still called to the original ministry that I am discerning right now, that I am evaluating. And so that might be what gives you a renewed sense of purpose and energy and calling. And we might also ask, when we're in those points on the call cycle of decline and evaluation and discernment, that is a time to ask, well, and really we should be asking this the whole time, but that is especially when we are in need of asking, what do I need most right now? Am I in need of my own personal renewal? Am I in need of huddling with my fellow partners in ministry and discerning alongside them? Am I in need of reaching out to other partners, other collegial relationships that I may have beyond the walls of my own ministry? And I need to bounce some things off of them. What do I need most right now? Do I need to just pay more attention to my own health, physical health, mental health, emotional health, and so on? What do I need most when I am on the downward part of the call cycle, when I'm not feeling so affirmed, when I'm not feeling so engaged? So again, the intentionality of doing these sorts of things will help us when we reach those points. I want to talk a little bit about the role of disillusionment in whatever form of ministry that we are engaged in. First off, disillusionment, we tend to give it a negative connotation. We typically associate it with despair or with disappointment or with loss. And really, when we think what disillusionment is losing an illusion. And so we may naturally experience despair, disappointment, or loss as a result of that. But it's not necessarily our only options for reactions. At its heart, like I said, disillusionment is simply losing an illusion. We had an illusion of ourselves. We had an illusion of what the church might be capable of doing in this particular season. We may have had an illusion of what sorts of outcomes a particular ministry might have brought about. And then maybe that doesn't work out the way that we thought it would. So we've lost an illusion. And that's all it is. And we might despair. We might experience disappointment. We might go right to evaluation or discernment. But instead, what we have gained is one less illusion under which to operate in ministry. We gain a little bit more realistic view of what is happening, both within us and around us. And these are constant in ministry. Disillusionment is a constant companion, but it doesn't necessarily have to be a negative companion. Our response to it is what is key. And again, that intentional watching, that intentional attentiveness to our response, and asking, what do I need right now as I have just discovered something about myself or about what the type of ministry that I am engaged in or that my church is engaged in. When we also get to that point on the call cycle where we are evaluating and discerning and thinking about opting out or re-engaging, one question that we might ask is this burnout? Or is it just part of the natural peaks and valleys of our energy when something wonderful or something not so wonderful happens? So the first thing is burnout is different from stress. It's a different kind of entity from stress. We experience stress, and there's a certain normal amount of stress that we're able to handle and that we're able to process with the help of others or with our own internal or external tools or self-care methods. And so we can handle a certain amount of stress, but burnout is something else, something more severe. And signs of burnout includes experiencing a lack of meaning in what we do. We can experience stress in ministry, but also say to ourselves, I might need to renew myself for a bit and then come right back and I'll be fine. It's just a busy time right now, that kind of thing. But when we hit burnout, we're not able to see the meaning in what we are doing. It's a lot of steps beyond what we might consider a normal amount of stress. Other signs of burnout: feeling alienated from our work. It's a certain sense of isolation or loneliness that we experience. We become physically exhausted. We become emotionally exhausted. All these things are connected. All parts of ourselves are connected. It's not just what happens to us physically affects us mentally, emotionally, spiritually. What happens to us mentally or emotionally affects our spirits and our physical selves, and so on. And so when we experience physical exhaustion or emotional exhaustion, one inevitably affects the other. Spiritual exhaustion as well. These are all interconnected. They don't exist within ourselves in separate spaces of our bodies, but instead one connects to the others. Another sign is reduced performance, and that's connected to our sense that we can't find meaning in what we're doing. A certain cynicism. We can't find the joy in what we're doing. We can't find the positive potential in what we're doing. Everything we see, we look at through a lens of cynicism and through doubt, self-doubt, or doubt of others, or doubt of the larger outcome that might be possible. And irritability with tasks, things that didn't bother us before, now suddenly they are the most annoying thing in the world, and we would rather be doing anything else. Even if they're simple, even if we used to find joy in them, now just considering them, it just annoys us to no end. What are the causes of burnout? Overwork, overfunctioning. And this is something I think that we've been learning to deal with better since 2020. We've been, you hear about trends in non-church workforces, trends where people are setting clearer boundaries for themselves. They're declaring that they're not going to sacrifice themselves at the altar of capitalism anymore, that they're going to find greater balance in their lives. And so part of that is declaring, I'm not going to overwork anymore. Overwork is a cause of burnout. Lack of boundaries, that's related to overwork. Just setting clear parameters around how much we will give ourselves to ministry, how much we will give ourselves to others, and not creating those margins so that we are able to continue to pay attention to our own needs. Another cause, taking responsibility for what isn't yours. Somebody else, maybe some partner in ministry, was entrusted with some task, and they're not doing it the way that you think it should be done, or they're not doing it as quickly as you think it should be done. And so you might decide, well, I'm just going to step in and I'm going to take care of it. That's a form of overwork. It's a form of lack of boundaries. And it's taking responsibility for what isn't yours. Instead, how could you instead help empower or support the person who is entrusted with that task? A lack of rest or rejuvenation is another cause of burnout. Not taking time for those margins, not taking time to care for our mental, emotional, physical, spiritual needs. Eventually, we won't have the energy that we need to continue on in whatever ministry that we're a part of. The weight of cultural expectations. So we might have one idea of how to engage in ministry where we are, but the culture around us, we've heard a bit about creating a positive culture today. The culture around us whether implicitly or explicitly, say to us, no, that's not what you're allowed to do. That's not how you're allowed to do it. That's not who you are allowed to be. And so those cultural expectations, we might feel some pressure to act otherwise. And so that might help contribute to burnout. And then a lack of resources or support. And these are all interconnected. The cultural expectations might say to us, we want you to do it this way, except we're also not going to give you what you need to do it. And so something needs to change on that front. So something needs to be said, something needs to be named in order for you to get what you need, in order to do what you believe you are called to do. So all of these different things can contribute to burnout. And hey, there's more. There are deeper issues at work if we're questioning whether we are in a place of burnout. And so we need longer term solutions. It isn't just a matter of taking a week off. We're going to need more than just a week off if it's something as deep and as long-term affecting as burnout. Getting away to de-stress for a while, that's one thing. But burnout can be an ongoing affliction that is going to need some longer term and some deeper solutions. The spiritual writer Ignatius of Loyola, his spiritual exercises are what my spiritual direction background is in. And he, in one piece of his spiritual exercises, he talks about the discernment of spirits. And he has these twin terms that he uses. And the first is spiritual consolation. And what happens in a time of spiritual consolation is you feel very in tune with God's presence. You feel very in tune with the work of the Spirit in your life. You feel very, it's like being in that part of the call cycle where you feel very affirmed and you feel engaged and you feel energized by what God is doing in your life. And so you feel consoled. You feel a consolation in your spirit. Now, the opposite of that is spiritual desolation. And as you might be able to imagine, spiritual desolation is a time when you are not feeling God's presence with you. When you are, it's not easy for you to discern the presence or the work of the Spirit within you. It's not easy to find affirmation. It's not easy to engage in ministry or non-ministry tasks. And so you might call this the spiritual dimension of burnout. Burnout, we tend to talk about physical symptoms, emotional symptoms, mental systems. Spiritual desolation helps us name the spiritual symptoms that we may experience when we're in this kind of a state. And so when we're at that point of evaluating and discerning, concluding a ministry may or may not be part of the solution. Sometimes it might be the first thing we think of. Well, this is clearly a sign that I shouldn't be here anymore, or that I shouldn't be doing this anymore, or that I shouldn't be involved in any kind of ministry anymore. And so obviously this means I should be moving on. And that may not really be what is going on. And so you want to pay attention. What do I really need right now? What is the ongoing potential? What is really going on inside of me? And how, if it really is burnout, if I am really in a place of burnout, how can I get better for myself and for those I am called to minister to? Now, I've talked a lot about ministry, and this says authorized ministry, but I mean to talk about all forms of ministry, whether you are authorized or whether you are a lay person dedicated and active in your congregation. And I want to name that we are called to more than just one form of ministry. There is your outward church involved ministry. You're involved with some kind of mission work, evangelism work, education work, preaching, worship leadership, and so on. But there are way more other ministries that we have callings to as well. We may call to be a spouse or a partner, and so that calling has a particular form and responsibility. We may have a calling as parents. We may have a calling as a caregiver to a loved one. We may have a calling as a community member or a community leader outside of our churches, some kind of civic involvement or justice work or some kind of other community organization, and we have obligations to them. Other forms of ministry outside of the church. We may be, if we are ministers, if we are engaged in church ministry in a more formalized or authorized way, we may be in a situation where we're bivocational. And so we have a calling to whatever that other work is that helps sustain us financially. Any extracurriculars? I am involved in martial arts. My family is involved in martial arts. And so a couple times a week, we go to our karate school, and we're not only there to learn for ourselves, but we're also there to support the friends that we have made there. And we're the calling there is that we are all there to teach one another, in a sense. And so that can be a form of calling, whatever that particular extracurricular looks like for you. And our call to ourselves, our call to self-care, our call to create those margins and to seek that renewal that we need in order to pursue any and all of these other calls that we have in our lives. Not just the formal church calls, but calling as family members, as community members, as justice advocates, or whatever else. Now, I've mentioned that we are called to communal discernment, and I want to name the web of the work as far as this goes, because when we want to reach out beyond ourselves to discern alongside others where we may be heading next, that we have this wide web of people to whom we can turn. So conference staff for us in the United Church of Christ, conference staff. To a certain extent, I would also name national staff as a national staffer myself. I receive phone calls and emails to that effect every so often. Conference staff are more local and may be better aware of your situation. And so they may be an important piece of your communal discernment. Committees on ministry can be a piece of your discernment as well. They might have a couple people they can set up as kind of an ad hoc team to discern with you in your ministry. Any kind of collegial support, other churches that are close by to you that you may already have a relationship with. And this may not be just UCC congregations. You may have a good relationship with the Presbyterian or Disciples Church down the road. And so you may have friends or colleagues there that you can entrust with this kind of discernment. Spiritual directors, therapists, counselors, these professionals who you may be able to call upon for various pieces of what you seek to do. Family and friends, they're already involved in your life. And so you want to be sure to involve them in whatever form of discernment, if you're considering some kind of a shift, or if you're in need of re-engagement, involving them becomes important. So I put up this communal discernment, this other communal discernment slide. Mesa has produced a brief booklet called the Discernment Roadmap, or the Discernment Travelogue. And it includes this roadmap for communal discernment if you need help figuring out what that looks like. And so it gives this little process. You begin with a prayer. Before you really get into a conversation, you name the questions to be discerned. You intentionally become open to the presence of the Spirit and sacred story, various scriptures you might call upon as part of this, or other stories from church history that seem appropriate or that might inspire you in this work. And then you might name the intersections between the story of the person discerning and naming how that intersects with the story of the church, maybe the church, big C, or your own local church where you are involved, and God's story. What is God up to? What has God been up to in the past? What is God currently up to? What could God be up to down the road, depending on which path you choose? It's important throughout this process to honor the discerning person's story as their own, rather than saying, well, that all sounds wrong. You should be this other way instead. That's not affirming discernment. That instead, honoring the person's story and experience for what it is, rather than what you think it should be. And making space for silence. We're not very, as a society or as a culture, we're not very comfortable with silence. Even if you think, if there's a time of silence during your worship service, how long is it? Is it longer than a few seconds? So making intentional space for silence. If you both have run out of stuff to say for a while, then let the silence hang there for as long as it needs. Don't feel the need to fill the silence with something just for the sake of filling it. That silence might be needed for a while. So I've talked a lot about I've talked about sustaining ourselves, and I've talked about self-care. And I want to just, as I'm concluding, don't neglect the so-called obvious things. And we've heard about a lot of these yesterday and today. So being intentional about taking your time off, about making healthy lifestyle choices, about exercising, about tending to your mental health, about any kind of spiritual practices or seeing a spiritual director, any kind of collegial relationships, identifying your coping mechanisms, both your healthy ones, but also your unhealthy ones. What do you tend to do when you're stressed out? What do you turn to when you're stressed out? And are those healthy, helpful things for you? Or are those unhelpful and unhealthy things for you? And I put obvious in quotes because we hear about these things a lot. We hear about these things in all kinds of self-care webinars and seminars and presentations. They have been repeated to us so often. And like, yeah, of course, take your time off. Of course, exercise more. Of course, make healthy choices, mental health, and so on. That we've heard them so often that we can take them for granted. And so it's these sorts of things may take more intentionality and may seem so mundane and so routine that it's easy for us to not appreciate them for how important they are. So don't neglect the obvious. Oh, and here we are at the end. I just put up my email in case people think of something after this is over. I'm seeing the chat thing light up. I haven't been able to read comments yet, but I'm going to do that in a minute. But if you think of something beyond this time, feel free to email me, nelsonj@ucc.org. So now I'm going to share my screen. I think we've still got a few minutes. And so we can see what people have been talking about when I haven't been able to see what you've been talking about. So a few minutes for thoughts. And silence is counterintuitive to our ethos of Protestant busyness. Amen. Absolutely.
I'm going to find a service that Molly put in a while back. I had not heard of before. The Midwest Ministry Center can help with mid or late career psychological assessments, kind of like MIDs do. And these can be incredibly valuable and insightful.
Absolutely. I think the way we most commonly think of those centers is, well, we've got to send mids there to do their assessments, but they offer so many other programs, and not just for mids, but for ministers, that goes beyond that initial preparation for ministry. So I definitely want to affirm and lift up the work that they do.
Could you get some clarity on what a mid is, or MID?
Oh, member in discernment. Those who are seeking to become authorized in the UCC. Grief and burnout, the distinction. That's an important distinction to make. And it may be that sometimes I think that the two can certainly be intertwined, because grief certainly can hang around, can be with us for an incredibly long time. And in some ways we never stop grieving. But it may be that, at least initially, it can weigh on us so heavily that we can't bring ourselves to do many or even any of the things that it's that lack of meaning, that finding that lack of meaning in some of those things that we used to rely upon. And it may take some time to get through that. It may take some time to find that meaning again and again. That intentionality of reaching out to others during that time, just to even say, hey, can you just text me once a day? Can you just check in with me in even the small kind of way? I've had friends who have done that before. Say, just like call me once a week while I'm going through this. And even that small thing can help us move forward. Burnout, grief can contribute to burnout, certainly. And it can be a part of compounding issues in our lives that lead us to burnout. So I might say that grief is a part of burnout. It might not necessarily be in and of itself a road to burnout, but it can certainly be an ongoing factor. There was a hand up a second ago.
That was my hand, Jeff.
Okay.
I'm reflecting on the times in my life when I don't know if it was burnout, but certainly major stress. I can think of times when I was just in tears getting myself to church on Sunday morning because I had to read, not optional. And I felt like I really had nothing to offer. And once there, I don't know if it was as much, it started as putting on a facade, but there's also an energy that's received from being around people. But I'm reflecting on how much of that was related not necessarily to burnout or stress with the position, but other things happening in life. And that sense that we as leaders have of no one can see that vulnerability. We can't confess to that vulnerability. It can be very isolating in that way, especially in smaller rural communities where you need to be judicious with whom you are more transparent, and a little harder to find those folks who are not an immediate part of your congregation.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Yeah, it can take, intentionality can be more difficult when it seems like there's less resources available to us, or if we're not sure where to look, or if we are in a more remote location. And so, reaching out can actually end up being a burden at times. And certainly recognizing that, and paying attention to our own reactions to that can be important as well.
And now we have, when things were most difficult for me, it was before we had all this facility with Zoom and other ways to connect, particularly in rural areas. You didn't always have good cell phone reception. So the ability to access those kinds of resources, even if that's a friend or a colleague or a former colleague, it is easier now to make those connections.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
When Stephanie Purdue recommended me to Jeff, and that's how I met him. And I called Jeff about something completely different. But then it was his suggestion to go this route. And I love the Holy Spirit when you have a connection with someone. I didn't even feel the need to question it. I knew you knew what you were talking about. And even though I called you for something else, God was having God's way, and I was going to leave that alone. The call cycle that you put up, would you say that in almost anything that we do, our marriages, other relationships, that we always sometimes come to that crossroads? I was just thinking, I was thinking about that. Yeah, I was just kind of pondering that when you said that.
Absolutely. Yeah, that notion that we have more than one calling. And so we may come to a point where, there's some evaluation that needs to be done in other areas of our lives. And again, that reaching out and that discerning with others, and that becomes all the more critical, especially if we're discerning the future of a personal relationship, involving them in that. And there may be times, I'll name that there may be times where involving others, in terms of personal or intimate relationships, might actually be more damaging. We can name that. And so that's part of discernment of that as well.
Reverend Mertz put a comment in the chat. He said this discussion was packed with dense content. Thank you, Jeff. We've established specific communities practice for pastors, MDiVs, MIDs and associate pastors and chaplains in order to provide a place to process ministry, provide a collegial space to decompress, and just a place of sharing. Thank you, Jeff.
Absolutely. Thank you all for having me today.
Are there any other questions before we move on? All right. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you so very much. All right. Well, I'm going to do my own chiropractic pop on my neck to release energy. Mark Elsdon would have been with us. However, his daughter, his oldest, went away to college, and he didn't want to make a commitment, not knowing, like how long it was going to take and all of that kind of good stuff. So at first I said, oh, because somebody sent me his book, and I said, we aren't broke. I love it. I love it. And so I reached out to him after I knew that I needed to plan this conference, because I had the book for a while. And he told me that he was going to be with his daughter, taking her to college. And at first I said, okay, well, maybe next time. Well, anyone that knows me knows that I'm not good at letting things go if I feel like I'm supposed to do it. So the next couple of days, I emailed him and I said, hey, how about this? How about I interview you and record it, and then we'll play it at the summit? And he said, hey, that'll work. So I want to first thank the churches that read the book with me. I didn't want to be the only person with questions, even though I wound up being the only person with questions, but it's okay. I did the best that I could with the interview. But let me just share a little bit about Mark. Mark lives and works at the intersection of money and meaning as an entrepreneur, nonprofit executive, author, and speaker. Mark is the author of We Aren't Broke, about the use of faith-based property and investments for social enterprise and impact investing. He is co-founder of Rooted Good, which seeks to support catalytic and innovative leaders throughout. He's also the executive director at Prez House and Prez House Apartments on the University of Wisconsin's Madison campus, past president of the board of directors for Working Capital for Community Needs, an impact investing fund that provides microfinance funding to the working poor in Latin America. Mark, of course, is also a pastor. And so if you would give us a few moments to switch into the video. Let me just say this: if you do have questions that you would like for me to ask Mark, if you would email them to me, Melody Seaton, SEATON, at ilucc.org. Melody Seaton at ilucc.org. I will certainly forward them to him and get the answers back to you as soon as I can. After that, Kathy will close us out. Good afternoon to everybody. Illinois Conference, TPIRC churches, and all others who have decided to join us today. My name is Reverend Melodye Seaton. I am the TPIRC project director, as well as the pastor of Grace United Church of Christ. I am so excited. I've already sent out videos telling you how excited I am for today. We've been talking about Mark Elsdon's book for a while now, and today I have the opportunity to interview him and kind of talk to him about some of the revolutionary things that he shares in the book. Maybe not so revolutionary for some of us, but I was so excited. I told Mark when I first met him that the title got me. We Aren't Broke. That's usually what gets me to go further in investigating whether I'm going to read a book or not. A great title, and truly it is a great title, and something I believe that we all need to hear, especially now. So Mark, as I said, is the author of We Aren't Broke. He's also the co-pastor with his wife, Erica, at Pres House, the Presbyterian campus ministry at the University of Wisconsin in Madison. And he is the co-founder and lead builder at Rooted Good, and many other gifts and assignments. But I'm going to let Mark share those things in a very few moments. I also want to thank our churches who also are reading or read this book with me and submitted some of the questions. So Mark, Reverend Mark, forgive me, what am I missing in this brief introduction? Who is Mark Elsdon? And tell us about your ministry beginnings and what qualified you to write a book sharing hope for churches that believe the offering plate is the last stop for supporting ministry.
Well, thanks. It's good to be here. Good to be talking today, and I'm really glad people are reading the book. And as we were just reflecting earlier, just if it prods some thoughts, some questions, some just brief, even different ways of thinking, that's great. That's what it's all about. So, yeah. So I am a pastor. I'm the executive director at Pres House, and then co-founded this other nonprofit, Rooted Good, that supports churches and congregations that are looking at doing social enterprise, developing their property, aligning money and mission in different ways. I have been at Pres House for 18 years, actually, which is quite a while. So right out of seminary, in fact, when my daughter, my oldest daughter, was just a baby, and now she's going off to college. So 18 years here, and I've been a practitioner of this work, basically. So you asked sort of what qualifies me. I don't know if that qualifies me or not, but I've been doing this work as a practitioner. So here at Pres House, we developed our property, a $17 million student housing project that completely changed our ministry, transformed our program, and as well transformed our financial situation. Our budget grew 1,500% from that expansion. I also have an MBA, so I have a degree in psychology, and then I have my MDiv, and then years later I went back and got an MBA at the University of Wisconsin here, after kind of learning a lot about it on the job, developing this property, working on the financing and all of that. So this kind of coming together of theology and mission with money is really where I sit. That's sort of what I love to talk about, what I love to write about, obviously, what I love to practice as well in our ministry on the ground here in Madison, and then also through the work that I do with Rooted Good, where we support churches all over the country doing that work. So I'm sort of at different levels, sort of on the ground, and then yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I like that because it keeps you aware of what churches are actually dealing with. You know, wow, I knew you had a lot of gifts. I don't remember reading about all those other degrees that you have. That's awesome. But also I'd like to just share, you did say that your budget grew 1,500%. And in the very beginning of your book, you said from about 150,000 annually in 2004 to about 2.4 million today. That's amazing. I can't even, it's amazing. Wow, that is awesome. And wow, okay. So when you wrote this book, who was your intended audience?
Well, I mean, primarily church leaders, right? So pastors, lay leaders in churches who are kind of tasked with stewarding the church and thinking about these questions. Also folks in denominations. So a lot of the wealth that I talk about in the book, the sort of We Aren't Broke, lies actually in denominations or in denominational affiliated endowments, seminaries, colleges, and the sort of structures of many of the denominations. So that's certainly an intended audience. Really anyone who's interested in the question around faith-based money and mission. And sort of kind of how that works today and how it might work differently in the future. So that's really the audience. Certainly it was primarily intended though for church folk.
Okay, amen. All right, well, thank you. Thank you. One of the things that I found to be such a blessing, and I'm sure you did too, is that the board of Press House had a vision of student housing. You know, you and Erica didn't have to just come in and say, okay, you know, what about this? The vision was there. And that I think probably is a big part of any building that you're trying to do, or change that you're trying to make in any ministry. The leaders must have some idea of where they want to go. So how does a church discern an accurate vision that is God-centered?
Yeah, that's a good question. So before I kind of get to that, you know,
Sure.
the vision here was actually around from the 1920s.
Wow.
So yeah, our board in the 2000s, early 2000s had that vision, but it was a vision, a desire, a hope that had been around almost since the beginning of the organization. Way back, there was this idea of student housing, kind of purpose-based student housing being a part of the ministry of this organization. But the construction of the facilities here at Press House happened right as the Great Depression began. And so funding dried up and pledges sort of disappeared, and, you know, and everything changed, obviously, in the Great Depression. And so the opportunity to actually build the student housing wasn't there. And so a church was built, and student meeting space was built, and so on and so forth. But the idea of student housing was kind of there, I'd say, almost in the back of the mind of the organization for like decades. And it kept coming up as an idea. It went probably underground, so to speak, during the heyday of church, because it, in a way, that wasn't necessary. Like, church was a place that students went in the 1950s and 60s, just like, you know, that was the heyday of a lot of our denominations. And then it came back again as people began asking this question later on: how do we really connect to students in ways that are meaningful beyond Sunday worship, especially when they stopped coming to Sunday worship? You know, how do we connect with them then in ways that are meaningful? So that's just a little bit more background, but that question's a good one. I mean, how do we discern God's call? I mean, how do we ever discern God's call? That's a good question. But I think in this sort of work, in my mind, what we're looking to do is to connect the sort of opportunities and needs in our community with who we are as an organization and as a faith community, in a way that feels like we're able to provide something unique into that space. So students have a need for housing, right? They have a need for spiritual exploration, I believe, especially actually on a public school campus where that's not a part of the curriculum. Organizations like ours have to provide that. They have a need for community, for friendship, and for deep, meaningful connection. They have a need to connect and meet people that are different from them, right? All those things are kind of needs and opportunities. I say needs not as in like a negative sense so much, but like that's a space where God is at work, and we can come alongside that as an organization. And so we at Press House, we have property, and we had the ability to borrow funds in order to build something, right? We had a vision. We have gifts in building community. The church knows how to do that, how to bring people together, right? And provide that. And so we kind of could match, you might say, what we are able to provide with what is going on around us in the neighborhood, you might say. So that's actually where I encourage churches to start, is to think about what's going on in their neighborhood. What are the needs? Again, not in a sort of negative sense, like everything's bad, but just like what's happening in people's lives around in the neighborhood around our church or that we serve. And then who are we, and what do we love to do, and what are we good at? And let's match those things up. And, and ideally that it ties in with something deep in the congregation. So not just like the latest fad, like some new idea to do this X, Y, or Z, but something that ties into something deep. So let me give another example. We've been working with some congregations with Rooted Good that are exploring turning their food pantries, their long beloved food pantries that the church has run for decades, and expanding them into neighborhood-owned grocery stores, like grocery co-ops. And so what's exciting about that is they become more financially sustainable because there's some revenue associated with it. They get bigger, actually, in a way. So, and they can often then address the food desert that many times we find, especially in urban areas. So they're sort of addressing a real opportunity, a real need in the community. And they're tying in with a long-held beloved thing that the church has done for many, many years. So it isn't like they're making something up totally new.
Right.
They're not like moving into like building an iPhone app or something. You know what I mean? Like it's not so disconnected, right? It's not so disconnected. I mean, that's cool if they have that in their church, maybe Silicon Valley churches, I don't know. But but you know what I mean? Like they're tying in with something that is sort of deep in the congregation. I've seen churches doing this around music ministries or around homeless ministries or around senior ministries or whatever it might be, trying to tie in with kind of, you know, who they are already, but then moving into sort of new directions with that same spirit and connection.
All right. Oh, you preached, Mark.
Yeah, well, you get me started, right?
You've okay. You preached.
Yeah, good question. So
yeah. So vision. The vision was had been long held, and I think that's important. Sometimes we think that because something was talked about a while ago and nothing happened, that means it's not going to happen. And that's not necessarily so. Somebody said once that just when something doesn't happen, no doesn't mean no. It might mean not right now. It might mean God has got to get some things in place. And so we've got to not be discouraged when things just don't happen at that point that we think they should.
That's right.
Wow. And it seems like they kept revisiting this over the decades, you know, like, well, remember we were talking about student housing? Right. That's something, because we also tend to think that because something, or maybe, you know, we might have tried something and it didn't necessarily work. It just might not have been the time for it.
That's right.
But if we've got a passion for it, it might be the time then.
That's right. Right.
Wow. Thank you. What's going on in the neighborhood is so very good. But I also like how you said, we don't want to do anything that we're not qualified to do, or we don't necessarily have the gifts to do. But there's something that we can do. That's awesome. So basically, this probably ties into my next statement my next question. In your introduction, you state that success in mission equals success financially, and vice versa. So that's sort of when you were talking about the grocery store.
That's right.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah. So in our case, we're providing student housing. If we provide student housing that's really good and meaningful to students, that helps us in our mission. And we have different ways we kind of measure that and so on. But it also helps us financially, because then the students want to live in our housing and they pay for it. So they kind of both rise together, right? So that's one of the things that's really exciting about the prospect of what I call social enterprise, social entrepreneurship in the church, is there's ways in which we can do activity that both fulfills the mission and calling of our congregations and generates revenue. And if we do a good job with that, we sort of do a good job with both. And so they both rise together and they're both connected, if that makes sense.
Sure it does. Absolutely. You quote Reverend George Harrison, and he said, The reason we have accomplished so little for God and the church is that we have been conditioned. We have conditioned ourselves to think small and to expect small. We have been extremely successful in attaining our small goals. Oh my goodness, I've read that so many times because for depressed people, African Americans and others who consider themselves depressed people in this world, a mindset of scarcity is probably the norm. I was having a conversation with someone about that. And it's basically, you write about it throughout your book, but it's no secret. If things have been kept from you, then you don't assume that you can ever have them. And so you start prioritizing in ways that might not always be in the best, most beneficial, I guess is what I should say. But now that we're in this pandemic, where churches are wondering if their doors are going to stay open, the things that we've done prior to 2020, we can't imagine how we're going to continue doing them. I think many of us are being touched by this mindset of scarcity. How do you minister to people in that place?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. It's difficult. I mean, I think, so first of all, I think it's really important to not diminish the pain that people are dealing with, right? Have dealt with or are dealing with. I mean, that's real, right? And the sense of loss or the sense of pressure or the sense of being held back or being held, all of that is real. That is real. I think we're in a moment where ministry is really hard. I mean, there's no question about it. Pastors are struggling. Faithful volunteer leaders are struggling. It's not easy. It's a tough time. The church is in a period of decline, by many measures. So all of that's real. Like we don't want to pretend that isn't real, and I think just acknowledging that reality is important, and not just kind of covering it up. At the same time, I do think that we often do have more than we think we have, right? And so either in our own settings, in our own persons, or in our own communities, we have more than we think we have, and we want to, I would say, start with whatever we have, right? So at Rooted Good, we actually have a game called Mission Possible that we help people, we play with folks. It's a game you can play with a group, and it actually looks at design thinking, teaches design thinking, but it starts with thinking about what do we have. And the game, you get a bunch of little resource cards, and they're kind of crazy ones, like 100 glass jars that have been sitting in the basement of the church for like 30 years or whatever, or an old, trampoline or an old circus tent, or whatever it is. And the idea is then to think about how would we use 100 glass jars and a circus tent and a day of volunteer labor a week, to do something. And that's kind of, so you're starting with anything you have, like whatever it might even just be a legacy. It might even be just a passion. It might even be just, not just, I shouldn't say that, but it might even be that. So rather than, millions of dollars, like we don't need to start there necessarily, right? I mean, we start with what we do have, and we kind of go from that. The other thing to say about this is that there are portions of the church, and when I say the church, I mean the wider C church, like either the denomination or even just the wider C church, that have a lot more than other parts, right? So I think we also got to acknowledge that. And so the call's a little bit different depending on where you sit, or, so for the immigrant church or the Black church that has been left out or held back in some way, it's a little different than for the white church that's got millions of dollars and loads of property. You see what what I mean? The call there is some mutual sharing, for some reparation, for some acknowledgement of that reality. And so I do think not always read it. You can't read that universally. So there is a
Sure.
way in which, yeah, we want to start with what we have, but there's also a way in which we also got to recognize where there is great injustice and we need to rectify that. And so the parts of the church that have need to make that available, open. I talk about the parable of the rich fool. We need to open the barn doors of
Mhm.
houses of money and property that do exist in some parts of the church. And we need to make that available in other parts of the church.
Right.
You know, where things are happening or where there's potential. So I don't know. It's maybe not a simple answer, but all of that I think is going on. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, start with what we have, but first acknowledging where we are. Yeah, that's important because it's real. Yeah. So maybe it was just me, but you use terminology not often used in the church setting. So I think you just kind of gave an example of, was that social entrepreneurship? That you, okay, all right, I'm getting it. So you also talk about in your book about how African American churches oftentimes will have credit unions housed in their churches. I was at one time a member of Trinity United Church of Christ, and I remember them having a credit union in the church. You quote Paul Bickley, who describes it as such: at the heart of social innovation, I'm talking about social innovation, forgive me, is a desire to not just respond to social needs, but to act in ways which disrupt and change systems and markets. Wow. So social innovation is not just doing something, just finding something to do. There needs to be a reason for why you're doing it. And I think if I read this correctly, it needs to help make life better. Maybe.
Yeah. For the good of the other. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. I shared the example of, as I was trying to make sure I understood these terms that you use. I used the example of my church, and we have a food pantry. Now we're developing a farm on 3 acres of land, but actually it started already. But we still have a couple more years to go in our 5-year plan of where we want to take it. And so basically, most of the food that we grow, which is organic, will be given away to our pantry, other pantries, and medical places. But one of the things we do want to do, we don't want to just give people food, because that's what we were doing in the food pantry. You know, we were just giving people food, right? No problem. People need it. And we were too honored and blessed to be able to do it. But the farm is giving us an opportunity to teach people, to teach about food, to help eradicate some of the illnesses that are preventable with a better diet. But we also know that organic food is very expensive and always has been. So again, to be able to grow organically and to be able to give to our community organic food, what a blessing. Fresher than fresh. So, so we want to be able to teach. We're going to be able to teach people. We're going to have plots where they can actually grow and be taught how to grow their own food. So I just wanted to know, was that an example of social innovation?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you should too. That one, that's a great example of social innovation. I mean, it's actually sort of an example of what we've been talking about all around, like looking at a need and then also seeing what you might be able to do about that need and then responding to that, but not simply in a programmatic way, but in a more sort of structural way, in a more like, we're going to really figure out how to go after this. That's social innovation. I mean, the Black Church Credit Union example is another excellent one, right? Because that was a situation where financing was not available to African Americans because of discriminatory racist practices. And so the church said, we got to do something about that, right? So let's figure out. And it was also an example of saying, we're going to start with what we have, which maybe doesn't look like a lot, but it's something. And we'll put it together, we'll pool it together, and we'll start lending to our own members through these credit unions, and that's social innovation too. That's, a great example of it. Now, that doesn't mean we also shouldn't be calling for, legislative policy change to fix those.
Absolutely.
We should definitely be. We should, we can't be just saying, yeah, well, whatever, that's okay. It's not okay, those things that cause those situations. Right. We should be trying to figure out, why is it so expensive to get vegetables when all these other foods are so cheap because of, whatever. But it's social innovation is saying what's going on in the situation that we can step into with what we can do, and then see if we can shift it, move it, do something different about it. Again, here at Press House, for us, it was student housing. We saw a need for a different kind of student housing, and so we stepped in with essentially, with the social innovation, which is, purpose-based, faith-based student housing that's transformative. So all of these are great examples of social innovation. And so on your comment about terminology, yes, in a way, I was on purpose trying to prod the church to think about some of these things. And I did put a glossary in the back of the book.
You did. Thank you.
Great, you did it. I'm not surprised, but if you made it that far, you'll see it in the back.
Yeah.
And I try to design that glossary not as you might read those terms on Wikipedia or in a dictionary, but as a church, like in the context of the church, what do these terms mean? Investment terms, business terms, to sort of help unpack, how they might connect with ministry. So not on their own, but also how they connect with ministry, because that's really the point of all of it, for me at least. Yeah.
Sure. And thank you so much for the glossary, as well as the great discussion questions. Oh my goodness. Those were phenomenal as well. But I still want to talk about a couple others, impact investing.
Yeah, so that's a social innovation, actually.
Okay.
Right, so impact investing is this idea of, it's basically, we typically have invested our assets in order to make money. So we take our money that we invest and we put it in the stock market. Let's say we invested in Amazon and Facebook and Google. That's where most of the church's money ends up, actually, in those technology companies. We maybe screen out tobacco, we might screen out gambling and weapons, and some have started to screen out oil companies. That's a new thing that's begun to happen. But mostly we put our money wherever we can get the highest rate of return at the lowest risk. That's the traditional model. And then on the other side, we take that money we make from that. So we give money to Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook, and he makes Facebook bigger with our money. That's basically what's happening. And then we get a little bit back in exchange for that. Like, he pays us a little bit back. That's how it works. I mean, not him directly, but the company, right? And then we take what we get back and we go do some programs over here on the other side. So on the one hand, we're making money over here, and then we're spending that money to do some programs or mission or keep our church open over here on the other side. Can't see my hands, but so that's the old model. And the social innovation was, can we bring those together? And that's what impact investing tries to do. So instead of just putting all of our money over in the kind of multinational business that will make us some money that we can spend on programs, can we invest money directly into things that change our neighborhoods and that impact lives? So, for example, can we invest in a grocery co-op in a neighborhood so we might get a little bit of financial return from that investment, but we're actually also transforming that neighborhood. We just at Press House, actually a few weeks ago, got an $11 million investment from a coalition of 3 church lending agencies. The Presbyterians, the UCC, and the ELCA joined together to invest in Press House. So what happens is they put their money in here at Press House, then we use that money to operate our social business, and then we pay back to them a return on that money, which then they can use to do other projects somewhere else. And so that's essentially what impact investing is. And so the money comes into social enterprise, social businesses like us, and not just into the stock market. So we're kind of bringing together the money and the mission in impact investing. And there's lots of different versions of that. You can do impact investing in microfinance in Latin America. I'm on the board of an organization that takes money from investors in the United States and then lends it in Latin America to small business owners who can't get capital any other way. And then the returns come back here to the original investors. You can invest in green energy. You can invest in, there's all sorts of impact investment available now for churches or people, individuals too, who are interested in that.
Wow, okay.
We could have a whole nother webinar on that probably.
Yeah, but that,
yeah,
that helps a lot though. I was taking notes too while you were talking. So one last thing, what about in these terms rather, redemptive entrepreneurship?
Yeah, so that's sort of related to the social entrepreneurship. So social entrepreneurship is kind of a secular term, which is around starting new things for social good, starting new businesses or new nonprofits or new, revenue generating activities for social good. Redemptive entrepreneurship is a term that there are folks in the church world that have used that to say, okay, let's actually take that a step further and talk about doing entrepreneurship that is in some way redemptive in the world, that draws upon God's vision for our communities and tries to join alongside God's work in the world in order to bring that to fruition. And so let's do things that are redemptive. And that might be creating a business that employs people that, in an area where there's significant unemployment, or employs the kind of people that are underemployed, or puts profit back into a neighborhood rather than taking out of a neighborhood, or all those any of those sorts of things that are redemptive. There's a great business that hires women that have been trafficked or women that have been abused in some way to create products for people, and then they're sold, and then they live in community while they get back on their feet. Those are kind of examples of redemptive entrepreneurship.
Okay, all right, cool. My next question is about social impact bond. And how do you find organizations willing to enter into this kind of contract? For example, with a church?
Yeah, that one's a bit trickier. So social impact bonds technically are a fairly specific legal thing. They're much more common in the UK actually than they are in the US. So if people are interested in exploring that, I would encourage them to look into what's going on in the UK around social impact bonds. But the idea of a social impact bond is actually that investors will put money into something or other, and then they will only get paid back if the social impact metrics are reached, not just the financial. It's a little trickier for a church, I think, to do that in the United States. But I do think that there's probably more promise in this idea broadly of impact investing for churches, where they could put money into some sort of social enterprise and receive a return on that, as well as support that effort, or they could create one and seek that funding from somebody else. And I'm a big proponent of trying to ask our denominational networks first for some of that money. There's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of money in the church. There's actually $4 trillion of faith-based money invested around the world. That's not just Christians, that's other faiths as well. But it's a lot of money. I mean, billions, hundreds of billions, lots and lots of money out there. And it's mostly invested in the stock market and in traditional bonds, not social impact bonds. And there is no reason why some of that couldn't be redirected and invested in projects and ideas and redemptive entrepreneurship that is happening in our churches or in our neighborhoods. So again, a church that wants your farm. I mean, if you want to do something with the farm and you need some capital to expand it or to grow that kind of in some way, or to make that more financially sustainable in some way, to seek some investment from some church partner, maybe it's another church that has money invested somewhere, that has an endowment, or maybe it's some part of the denomination to invest actual money into your project, and then you use it to grow it, and you can pay back maybe a small return or something like that. So that, I think, is probably more promise than social impact bonds for churches in the US. But it's certainly something to explore. The idea is quite interesting. Yeah.
Sure. And I do have to say that we would never have been able to do this without other churches in the United Church of Christ, as well as other organizations that so very freely have imparted their funds to help us do this. Yeah, it has been a blessing, and we write grants. We spend a great deal of time writing grants as well, because there's money for something like that, as opposed to actually ministry per se, even though that is ministry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think
it's ministry
to me.
Yeah, it's definitely ministry, but the world doesn't consider it that, so you can get money.
More and more churches are creating auxiliary nonprofits that allow them to raise money from grants or for other sorts of funding that they otherwise couldn't get. And that's another avenue churches might want to consider. If they have ideas around this stuff, is they can create auxiliary nonprofits or even LLC businesses that they can then receive funding into, that's different funding than normal church funding, right? But it's just it's a new expression of ministry. I mean, that's what's going on. Yeah.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right. You mentioned in your book that traditional church is no longer engaging people nor helping people engage the world. My question is, why is helping people engage the world so important in ministry? And is engaging the world helping them eradicate those wicked problems you mentioned? I like that, wicked problems. Yeah.
Well, first of all, I wouldn't say that church isn't at all engaging people or at all.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I think that it's clearly shifting, right? I think that there are people for whom the traditional approaches to church is still really meaningful, and I think, I mean, I'm a pastor, I'm
sure, right.
I'm not opposed to any of that. I think that's all great. And I don't think measuring or counting the number of people who show up on a Sunday is a great measure of success at all. But clearly, we've seen in the decline of attendance, while that may not be a great measure of success, it tells us something about what people are looking for, right, or not. And so there is definitely a way in which folks are not engaged with the traditional ways we've done ministry at the same way they used to. There's no doubt about that. So I think engaging people in the world around them and in the things that matter to them is really important to what it means to be a Christian and to live out the Christian calling. And so, we work again with students, mostly students and young adults, and they're not interested in the faith if it doesn't connect with what's going on around them. They're not interested if it's not talking about racial justice, if it's not talking about the environment, if it's not talking about, the things that really matter to them, the things that they're worried about, the things that are going on in our community locally or in the world. If we're not talking about that stuff, if we're not doing something about that stuff, if we're not engaged in that stuff, they're just not interested. They're like, we can sing songs all day, but it's the prophets. It's the same message that the prophets gave to Israel over and over again. If you can sing songs all day, but if you're not taking care of the widows, and if you're not taking care of the orphans, and you're not seeking justice, then this isn't worship. And I think that is actually not a new thing. It's just showing up again right now as folks say, yeah, I don't really need to be a part of that if it doesn't connect with what's really going on in our community. And so to me, that's important for the church. We've got a lot of wicked problems, and wicked problems, they're not evil. They're not evil. They're just very complicated and complex, and there's no simple solutions to them, but we got to be involved in them. And we got to trust that God is involved in them, and God is at work, and God wants us to participate in that work. And we got to come alongside, be a part of God's work in those places.
Yes, absolutely. And you're right. The whole phenomena about church not relating to people has been going on for quite some time. You hear that especially around with young people. So until they get a little older, and then all of a sudden church relates to them. But that is so important that we open ourselves up to knowing what exactly is going on around us. And I read a quote, and I probably won't be saying it exactly like I read it, but it was something about the more churches, the more problems I guess a church has, the more insular they become. It's hard when the finances are not the way they used to be, or the membership is dropping. Oftentimes you then start ministering to yourselves rather than thinking about what's going on outside of the world. And that's just not going to help us to keep our doors open. And that's just the long and short of it. I want to ask one last thing, and then I'm going to ask you to share whatever else you would like to tell us. I love this bicycle illustration that you give. It made me think about when I was learning how to ride a bike, and how many times I fell off the bike, how many times I kept looking behind me to see if my dad was still holding on to the bike. And the very moment he let it go, that's when I would fall. But I love where you say the first and most important step to getting somewhere new is to fix your attention on where you want to be.
That's right.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Mark, I just have to tell you, I was really shouting through a lot of this book. I once again want to thank you so very much for your honesty, your candidness about the real world and what's going on. We know that we are in a different time. Things are different. But by the grace of God, we can get through this. And I truly believe that. And I guess that's why the title of your book just resonated so much with me, because I am just determined. I don't believe that God brought us to this place to leave us. The word tells us that. So what else can you tell us that will really convince us that we aren't broke? That you probably haven't already said.
No,
is there anything else?
You said it really well, actually. What you just said is exactly right. I think we, God's story is so much bigger than any of our churches, than any of our denominations even. And that's good. I mean, we worship and follow and serve a God that's so much bigger than all of that. And that means that we can trust and lean into that, right? And it's going to look different. It's going to change. There's going to be maybe less of them, or whatever than there was, but that doesn't mean that God isn't still at work and that meaningful things aren't really happening. And that, I think maybe one of the only other things I would add, there's lots I guess could be added, but one of the things I might just add right now is we are so afraid of failure and of taking a risk and a chance, and there's nothing much to lose anymore at this point. I mean, let's be honest, so,
Right.
are we going to lose members? Well, I mean, are we going to lose, money? And I mean, we're sort of there. So why not try some different things and take some different risks, and not in a sort of foolish way, but just it's okay if something we try doesn't work. That's okay. That's okay. God is bigger than that, right? It's okay if we have to close the doors of a church. I mean, sad grief is real, but that's okay too. It's also okay to try a different form of church entirely and to try to connect with people in a different way. That's great, So all of that is just part of, we're part of a tradition that believes in death and resurrection, and that's going on all the time. And so let's actually believe in that.
Amen.
Let's actually believe in that in the things that we're doing, and trust that can happen, and then keep going, just keep going, down the road, and hold on to the things that we do have, and start there, and then move forward. Yeah.
Wow. Whew. Well, thank you. I have certainly been inspired, Reverend Mark, and I trust that others will as well. But as you were talking, the Lord brought something to my heart, and I want to ask you to do this for us. Would you please pray for us now?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
For our churches, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Let's pray then.
Yeah.
Loving and faithful God, you have been with the church, with churches, with us for all eternity, and you will be with us into the eternity in front of us. And we hold on to that promise. We know that you are with us, that you love us, that you surround us with your peace and presence. And as we live in this moment that is full of uncertainty, full of some fear, full of some questions, we ask for the eyes to see what we do have, the eyes to see the gifts we have, the resources we have, your presence with us, the depth of your love for us, and that will sustain us, nourish us, fill us for the work ahead, for the creativity, the imagination, and the innovation that you desire for us. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Once again, TPIRC churches, we have been spending some time with Mark Elsdon, author of the book, We Aren't Broke. Thank you once again, and be blessed.
Thank you.
All righty, guys. Yes. It's been a long day, and I thank you all so very much for hanging in here with us. I love what Peg said about let's get our hair on fire. I love it. But I'm going to let Monica read a few of the comments that were listed, and then Kathy's going to close us out.
Okay, David Russell said, when the world's greatest need connects with our greatest gift, God's joy is present. And then Peg said, good comment about the measure of success. We need to look at this deeper in our congregation and in relationship to the older folks who have lost interest. And Jennifer, yes, call to faithfulness, not success. And Reverend Terrell, great job, bravo. And amen comment. And Molly said, inspiring words, great interview, great summit.
Awesome. All right. So again, we want to thank everybody for participating in our summit. Thank you for your time, your commitment, the 6 hours that we had. I just want to recap our weekend yesterday. If you missed anything, so I want to thank Reverend Melodye and Melodye for opening up in prayer on yesterday. We want to thank the many who led us in worship yesterday, for Cameron Trimble for helping us look ahead to develop strategies toward changing the world, for Veronique Wallace reminding us that to check in with ourselves to see how we're doing, set health boundaries, and do self-care. What would Jesus do? For Tamara Reed Tran, she gave us a lot of knowledge and resource on on grant writing, and there's several resources that she shared with us on grant writing. And then for Ellie Pickering for our chair yoga exercise. We want to thank Reverend Marilyn and hope she feels better on reminding us to share your work and approach. Faith is not stagnant. Continue to do the work. Then today we had Kinship Commons, and we should all know how to make tortillas now. To breathe, let go, release, and save your release. Whatever we need, God has it. Reverend Tim White gave us characteristics of a committee, characteristics of a team, examples of team structure and guiding principles. So we thank him for that. Then we had Melodye Hilton with a lot of energy, and she gave us Kingdom Culture Champions. She let us know that that's what we are, our stone of destinies, that we live in a culture, every choice to value each other as a human being makes a difference. One thing I like that she said, the more you love, the more you conquer the things, you'll become a healthier you. And not to let the past define us. So I really like when she said that. Then we had Dr. John Artis to remind us that our body is our temple and that we need to put our body in a position to become healthier, and that emotional stress and chemical toxins and physical, how it can just take a toll on your body. So we need to just take care of ourselves and just make sure that we take care of our body. Then he also shared the benefits of going to a chiropractor too. Then we had Reverend Jeff Nelson, who talked to us about the call cycle, that we are at a time that we are maintaining our good. And he engaging us in the call cycle and the role of disillusionment. So he also reminded us that we have multiple callings. So not only in the pastoral sense, but in your regular role as a spouse, as a family member. So he also reminded us, that we have multiple callings and not to neglect the obvious. And then we just had our interview with Reverend Melodye and Mark Elsdon, and about theology and money and social entrepreneurship in the church. And timing is important, and not to get discouraged when things don't happen, and just take the risk and try something new. So it was just a lot of information. Again, we want to thank everybody for participating in the summit of 2022. It was a lot of work. Thank you, Reverend Melodye, for just doing everything that you did to get it together. Mars, Melodye, it was just a lot of work working with Reverend Mel and just to get it together. So we thank everybody again for your 2 days, for your Friday afternoon, morning, and as well as Saturday. So thank you very much. We really, really appreciate your time. In the chat, there is a link to the survey that if you could please complete the survey for us to give us feedback so we'll know what to do going forward. If you have any questions regarding TPIRC or anything, please reach out to us to let us know what we can do, answer any questions that you may have. And that should conclude. We can go about our day. Is there anything else, any questions or anything? Okay, awesome. Thank you very much. Again, the survey is in the chat. If you could please respond to that survey, we would really, really greatly appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day and have an awesome weekend.